is February 3rd, 2023. I actually realized I had it in the comment section. I think it was the last episode or the episode before. I actually did say 2022, and I was like, damn, I was doing so well. I actually hit on the previous year. I was like, damn. I was trying at the beginning of the year. I go, there's always going to be one that I'm going to nail. And it's like, damn it. I
It's
had
done now. You're okay.
Yeah. Well, there's always one. Either I write the previous year or I say the previous year one time. It's like, damn, that was the one. Well, they caught me on that one. I was very impressed that they got me on that one.
Don't use the check in front of the bank teller because
Yeah.
they make you tear it up.
That's right. So
Well, like-
I got the new reverse negative jersey. I did show that I had ordered that, so I got that in from our Fanatics Overlords. The check still hasn't come through, but at the very least, I was able to get my jersey. So let's grab a couple of the comments here. Bob Jackson said soon before we started on the live stream. Perfectly done. Remember, like the video, so Eric pays. Love that. Dig the new title and title subtitle. That's right. Absolutely. Look, the subtitle thing is great.
Stupid.
Fantastic. Right here. Very thematically appropriate.
New font?
No, it's like underneath. You can have a subtitle now. Do you see it underneath? It says,
Yeah.
host, head troll, and Tom Brady historian.
It
That may
give
come up
me
today.
that option. They're a CEO of or a chief visionary officer of or something.
You can edit yourself, Yannick. You can actually pick your own. You have the,
I'll go
you have
check
the
it out.
option. All right, so let me scroll through here. Tom, good evening, friends and fellow cardboard enthusiasts, collectors, and connoisseurs. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Orlando. Eric puts the boo in bougie. I like it, Bob. Eric, let's get a big rant to start the show. You want a big rant to start the show? Well, do you have anything specific you want
Want
to
to
rant
start
on?
that way, really?
It's like just to start. We'll warm up into it, Eric. Warm yourself up. You got to find your topic, find your muse. Yeah, find your muse. You got to warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially in these conditions. It's super cold. Like I shared with you, I translated it into Americanese for you. That's still cold.
Oh yeah, it's stupid.
Like however you want to phrase it, it's cold. It's absurd. And Yannick, where Yannick is, it's even colder than where I am. So I
It's
never
44 below here.
Yeah, I never do like the comparison thing because it's like, well, there's always somebody who's somewhere like there's somebody in the Arctic Circle. Paul's usually in the Arctic Circle, so probably 12 billion degrees.
It's probably actually warmer up there right now.
Yeah, right.
It's bad, man. It's bad. Either way, it's bad. However you want to phrase it, it was not good. Hawk Elster game here in South Florida, 80 degrees today. See, that would be the opposite of what we're talking about right now. But yes, Orlando. So Mr. Dwayne79, good evening. Baz here, what's up? Absolutely. Doing well, Baz. Perfect. Well caught up in the comments here. But yeah, I will say for the most part, it was a great indoors kind of day. Although, to do that pickup, to pick up that card, and I showed it off on the Instagram. So to pick this guy up, I had the slip from the post office. So I was like, do I wait until Saturday? I got some stuff I need to be doing. I chatted with the guys a little bit. So give the short version of it. Carlos Sr. has unfortunately had a little bit of COVID. And because he has immunocompromised because of the getting the lung transplant earlier, I've been monitoring that this week. So unfortunately, he was in the hospital. He's still in the hospital at the moment, but he's doing better. So long story short, he's doing better. So that's good. But it's still it's still a process. It's getting not only getting better, but getting to the point that he's comfortable and able to come back home. And in the meantime, I've been keeping tabs on that this week. So that's one of many things that have been going on this week, including our Fanatics Overlords delivering my jersey. Like I've been a busy man this week. Plus, it's freaking cold.
Priorities, Carlos.
Yeah, but I will say I did hop out to go get this. I made the trip as quick as I could. I went straight out and came straight back in as fast as I could. But I was like, ooh, it's chilly, man. It's one of those days like you don't want to hang out outside too much. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. I like these jerseys. I thought these are not bad. I haven't bought a new jersey in a very long time. It's been a long time.
They have a hoodie version at all, or
well, yeah, there is like a hoodie, but this is like a regular jersey. This one has the fight strap too, so it's actually an authentic. So it's actually pretty solid. I don't think I've bought an authentic in a long time either. So it's definitely been. I did size it correctly though. I got a thick sweater underneath, so it keeps it warm. I enjoy seeing anybody's in the south screenshots of temperature and saying it's sweatshirt weather to -10. Yes, absolutely, Paul. Let's scroll through here. So Josh says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Josh. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're working through it. I think he's doing okay. Okay, I'll check on him though. I'll check on him though tomorrow and see how he's doing. We were able to chat with the family a little bit, although it is still limited, obviously, with COVID stuff. They want to be very careful. So they do limit the amount of people that can go in there. So like I said, mostly it's so that my mom has somebody to accompany her. She'll go first, and then I'll meet her up, and then we'll come back together. So that way she at least I did tell her though. It's like she said, "Oh, we can go on the bus together." I go, "Absolutely not. We're getting a taxi." Like she's not driving over, but at the same time, it's like, "No, we're getting a taxi. I'll spring for the taxi. We'll go back at a reasonable time. I'm not getting on a friggin' bus. Tomorrow's still cold. Like, no, thank you. I'll pass." Does your jersey say Roberts in the back? No, I didn't pay to get the extra. I leave that to Bobbles. That's his job.
Yeah,
I just like the jersey. To be honest, I just love the reverse heritage, the reverse retro.
That's really cool.
I think, and they got the old school logo as well. So I was like, no, I actually really like the design and the color scheme with the black and the piping.
I
think it's
used
really
to like the old colors, the yellow and the green from back in the day.
Yeah, big fan, big fan. Don't let him practice ranting. He's already very good at it. There you go. Your mom's giving you some credit for being good at ranting. Hey, at least that's some kind of a compliment. She's saying you're good at something.
Does anyone here have a mother that loves them? Could you explain to me what that feels like? Anybody at all?
So she does, but I'm a terrible son. So that's, but I lean into it with pride. So it's a little different. I don't know what to tell you.
We handle it a little differently, you, Eric. So.
Yeah, it's like to me that's a feature. Look, I used to take great pride in getting disowned on a regular basis. I have records for disownment that Wayne Gretzky wishes he had records that were that untouchable. He's not even close to that kind of untouchable. Best wishes to your father. Thank you very much, Baz. Appreciate it. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, we try to keep in good spirits. I take after Carlos Sr. in terms of our temperament to it. I've been monitoring this week, and so far the news has been encouraging, so it's been good. But at the same time, you keep an eye on him. And I know the family's very worried about it, so I was trying to help him out as much as possible. I did have to argue with him though before he went, because he was still at home and he wasn't feeling well and everything, and he wasn't eating. And I said, so stop being a wuss and go to the hospital. You know, as you do with love. Stop being a wuss and go to the freaking hospital and get some help. They can't help you. They can't help you at the house. They're useless. Just go to the hospital where they got better stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ozzy Card Dad, hi lads, absolutely. Good evening. Well, Australia would probably be morning, I would guess. Michael Ham, what's up? Absolutely. How you doing tonight? Not too bad. Just leaving the card show. Very nice. Traffic is just okay. Friday nights are always hit and miss. Understood. Well, hopefully you can give us a little report back on the card show. Hopefully it was good. That jersey is probably more thing. The rookie card jerseys from Panini. Facts, sir. Facts.
Yeah.
100%. By the way, I like if they do nice. Like from the cup, and they do one of the authentics. I think it would be really cool to get one of the little the shields to get this one, because I think the shield on this one is actually very nice. It was nice actually looking at the jersey and seeing the patches and everything and being like, actually, they could get some pretty good patch pieces out of this if you get a proper authentic one. That would be a nice shield one, because at least it's got the little different color on it. Good evening, Big Scott. No, my mom said she's keeping my wife instead of me.
Fair. Oh, my mother likes my wife way more than she likes me.
Oh, that's an easy one to. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement.
Really, I don't think that surprises anybody, but yeah, I know what that feels like.
Mm. Says she does it because she loves you. Well, at least Charity's trying to be nice to you.
Well, that's nice, and that's why I like her.
There you go. Ozzy Card Dad, hoping for speedy recovery. Thank you very much, Ozzy Card Dad. Appreciate it. There you go. That's for Bob. And just after midday Saturday here. Got it. Perfect. Yep. I figured it was about half a day ahead, give or take. So good.
Middle of the summer there.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it happens. It's one of those ones. All right, so we're all caught up on the comments here. So there's actually, I'll tell you something. It's been, like I said, it's been a strange week. Obviously, I had that going on. But it's been a bit of a mixed bag. As things started being a little bit more optimistic, and it was going well, which is good. I did have an opportunity. Those of you who follow, obviously, we did do the PSA Canada live stream last night. The biggest reason was that Brad and apparently those guys were swamped. That was one part of it. Another part of it is obviously I was a little busy, a little distracted. I was actually triple booked that night. I wouldn't have gone out at all, actually, if it weren't for the fact that things were improving already by that point. So it was already looking good. So I'd been keeping tabs. I was able to meet up with a couple of university buddies last night. So we got a chance to have a good laugh, share some old stories, new stories, a whole big mixed bag of it. But I think the biggest part of it is that it was a very tiring week. So it was good to get a little wind under the sails. It was good to take the week off, but then we'll be back next week.
And these university buddies are from what school?
Your favorite school, my friend. The University of Guelph?
That's not a real place.
Well, actually, that segue, I'm going to finish this thought, and then that segues me perfectly into one of the first topics I wanted to talk about. So, we'll get into that. So we were sitting there chilling, hanging out, and having a chat about it. So that was good. I did show one of them the YouTube channel, so we had a little bit of a laugh about it. And he was like, "Wait, it's like, so you do this?" It's like, "Yep." It's like, "Oh, that makes sense." And he goes, "Wait, so you like troll people?" It's like, "Yes, I do." It's like, that also makes sense. See, they know. Just saying. But that was fun. It was good. It was good. It was a nice boost in a long week. But since Eric mentioned the aforementioned University of Guelph, I want to talk briefly. I was going to do it on the PSA Canada thing had we been able to do it normally. I want to talk about the CSC show. That was the one that I did this past week. I did do a recap show of it. As far as that's concerned, are you looking at the? Just saying.
Can you ban her? Can you block her from?
Well, I have a mod now. He could ban your mom if you want.
I'm just, is there if there's any way maybe to block her from the chat?
See, here's the thing. I could, but I have no reason to. I do have a mod. You can appeal to Paul's evil. If that's your desire. But I'm just letting you know that it is on you that you would have to do that. Anyway, let me finish my thought. So, like I said, here. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. I'll get to this question in 1 second. So anyway, I was saying CSC show. So it was a one-day show. Had it over there in backyard in Mississauga. Fun show. I was able to meet up with Brad and Luke and also Kevin for PSA Canada. So we were able to hang out for a little bit. I think I've got some photos on the camera roll here. I'll be able to show a couple from them. I did do the little recap where I was able to at least show a little bit of the show. It was like 80, 90 tables. I want to say maybe close to 100 tables. It was good. Fun to get to a show that wasn't like the expo, because it's been such a long time since I've gone to a show that's actually not an expo size show. So it was interesting to check it out. Although, because of the nature of it, it was a little bit different in how it played out. But like I said, it was fun, more than anything, just to chill out and hang out. But the very first dealer, one of the fun stories that leads into the comment that we were just talking about a moment ago, the first dealer I saw recognized the logo. Well, it turns out that dealer had actually gone to Guelph. But not only had he gone to Guelph, we were chatting a little bit there, and he graduated in the class of 2006, same as me. But then he goes, so I'm like, what major? And then we were talking about it. He goes, management economics. I go, I started management economics. So we were probably in the same class in first year, and then ended up graduating at the same time. I was like, well, there you go. There's a small world. First dealer I met up with is like, had gone to it. It's like, I'm just saying, Eric, the conspiracy deepens.
So did you have to do a secret handshake or something to get a discount? Or...
Listen. I bought the rear Ripley. In the Sid Vicious from the fellow golf dealer.
You know.
So there's two people in the world pretending that this place exists.
Well, also the two that I met on Thursday. So that's at least four.
Watch out, Harry. They can gang up on you next time.
Yeah, like the numbers are growing, Eric. The numbers are growing as we speak.
Yannick, you didn't go to Guelph, did you?
I could.
We could probably get you a credit, Yannick. We can probably get your credit, and the
give me a shirt.
I'm just saying. We'll make it happen, buddy. We'll make it happen.
Just to troll me, my mother will probably try to get
a shirt.
No, she'll probably try to get a degree from the place online just so she could rub it in my face.
Well, you got to be careful, though. There is a University of Guelph Humber, which is actually affiliated with it, but Humber is a college that they've got out here. So they basically partnered up to do like a dual degree, but it is not the University of Guelph proper. It is the University of Guelph / Humber. It's close, but not exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I can see her now. She gets in, she gets the welcoming package. She's got the T-shirt, the hat, the water bottles, and she's just parading around all the time, just trying to stick it to me.
I'm just saying, I might have extra water bottles. I might be able to send her one.
Lengths this woman will go to get me. You'd have no idea. She's probably online right now saying, all right, how do I enroll into this school? I'm telling you.
Just saying. All right, so here's the question. Hockey 99, what are your thoughts on ISA grading, getting SCI to showcase them? How come you and Bobbles aren't as hard on them as you are on Tag? Because honestly, up until they mentioned it, I had never heard of ISA. Number one, I have no idea who they are. Number two, they don't have a 5-part miniseries. No, that's really the biggest reason. Number one. Number three, how many cars they've actually rated? I'm actually being 100% serious. I have never heard of them. I knew that I had heard that there was a thing with Sports Card Investor. I'm like, good for them. They know them in their house. I don't know who that is. Outside of the Sports Card Investor one, I had no idea they existed. and they didn't have a 5-part miniseries. And are they boasting pseudo AI grading? Question mark. I don't actually know. I haven't watched the. I know the episode, but I haven't watched it.
I have to just pretty much mimic everything you just said. I had never heard of them. I know it was on my to-do list. I think we talked about it maybe last week briefly, or maybe on Bob's show or something. That I said I want to watch the video because I
after I watch. Let me put it this way: I will comment more on ISA grading after I watch the video and do a little bit of digging. But like I said, with Tag, I had the benefit of a 5-part series and a whole bunch of crap to mock them.
Had to build up.
Yeah, like I had plenty of material to mock them for. With this one, no idea. I got nothing, man.
I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
Yeah,
I don't even know what ISA stands for.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I've heard some things, but right now I genuinely know nothing about it. So I can't even to mock them. I need a little more information.
Second time I heard about it tonight. So.
Yeah, even to mock them, I need a little bit more information. Otherwise, they're literally just a rando grading company, and there's like 1,000 of those, and so I can't help you on that. So real quick, Michael Ham, hit the like button again. Thank you, Michael Ham.
Come on.
Carlos, go to U of T to take law. Hey, they had the U of T campus. One of the campuses is here, and I think some of the law classes came out of it. I was never a big fan of U of T. I actually was accepted to University of Toronto originally, and as soon as the Guelph one came in, I shredded it. I didn't want to stay nearby. I was like, I need to get out of here. Timeless Cardboard. I see some YouTubers have nominated you, Carlos, for the Hall of Fame. Your thoughts? I will talk about that here in a minute. I'll get caught up on the comments. I do want to chat on this topic a little bit as well. The 5-part miniseries nobody wanted or asked for? Yes. It wasn't a legendary infomercial like Broil King back in the day. Facts. 4 grading companies is more than enough? Yes, I agree. And I actually do want to talk about one of the other grading. Like I said, I actually have a bullet point. We got a lot of different topics we can talk about. So we've got a number we can touch on.
There's a lot more than 4.
Yeah, we're talking like 4, quote unquote. Look, as much as we make fun of Beckett, at least they had a history. At one time, they were considered relevant. So based on that legacy, they're basically now they're rapidly ruining what's left of that legagy.
Oh, yeah,
however, they still count as a top 4 because there's a big gap between the next several that do not have even a foothold, and they don't have a legacy either to leech off of either. So they're in a bad spot. Good evening, Paul. I thought Sports Card Investor video with SGC was pretty cool. They had the grading contest I thought that was a good video. I agree with that one. SCI is a bulk submitter to PSA. They are. Will they be a bulk submitter for ISA? Maybe. I just don't know if ISA is relevant enough. Like I said, right now it's still early days, me even knowing too much about it other than the very, very basic. I know they exist. That's about all I know about them. Maybe a 6-part infomercial would help the shredding. Yes, it would. 100%. It would definitely help. Okay, so let me grab this one here. So I did want to talk a little bit about, and I put it in the title for this one. So we've had the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. We've already talked about the general concept of it, whether we like it or don't like it, whatever. We've talked about it. We agree that it should not be taken overly seriously. However, it was done. There is some value to it from a community building perspective. I can tell you that I picked up subscribers from participation in it, so I can't complain from that regard. Some people have learned of the channel for the first time based on the recommendation from folks gave. It is flattering that some people even mentioned the channel, which is great. So from that perspective, it was good. And I've actually got some of the numbers, and we did come across some interesting occurrences. So I thought that was kind of fun. And there were a lot of channels that were mentioned in this. So I thought that was very interesting. And they even went through the trouble of talking about how many times somebody had been on a ballot where they'd been mentioned, and then how many they picked up votes, lost votes, and a whole breakdown. I thought it was interesting, well done. And I'll include a link to this stuff in the description for you if you do want to check it out on your own, but I'll show a couple of highlights here in a minute once we get to it. Anyone else see the recent PSA submission of 2 Marvel cards? 190 Impel went from a PSA 6 regrade to a PSA 8. 91 Impel from PSA 5, PSA 9. About for the course, I suppose. Anything can happen. It just depends on what happened with the original one. When you jump 4 and 5 grades, the question that I would have is what happened to it the first time? What it would look like. It's hard to say. BGS is a hard mess at the moment. They've been for a while, yes.
Yeah.
But they have some history still attached, yeah. And right now, that's what they're hanging on to. That basically what they've got left is history. That's what they're hoping to play with.
They got a brand name. That's all they have.
Yep. Blue Rock TV. What did I miss? We're just getting settled in and warmed up, Blue Rock. Just getting settled in and warmed up. And congratulations to you, because you are one of the individuals that got on here. So let me pull up the results of the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame a little bit, and we'll talk about a couple of these things here. As I said, a lot of different folks got voted on for this whole thing. So congratulations to the folks that did get on there. So I got the winners are all in green there. They did this right here in the breakdown. So this belongs to Jake, formerly Ticket Leprechaun and now Legends Never Die, who's the commissioner of the YouTube Hall of Fame. So as I said, he made this available so everybody can see it, which is great. So we can actually look at it. So Lou Rock TV, who was in the chat there, was first overall here with 64 votes. Then Reindeer Studios, Elite Hunters, Picker Jim S, and then Brad 8671. So that was one of my nominees.
Brad.
That's person. So that's great. So that was good from that perspective. Jimmy Guns was just outside of that group. Caleb Cards, and then Amish Dave Archer right here. So I thought that was pretty good. So pretty good showing, all things considered, considering Dave was just on the outside looking in for quite a bit. So definitely a lot of people made those, and these are all video ballots. So you got to remember, it's like you actually have to make a video to put somebody's name on there, and it has to be counted as part of it. So credit to Jake for watching that many videos and compiling that much information. That's a lot of damn work.
Yeah.
And kind of to the point here.
That's a lot of watching hours.
Yep. And then right here, the channel here got a 21 votes, which is probably about 20 more than it deserves. I don't think we're allowed to vote for ourselves, so that's probably about 20 more than it deserves. So I'm actually quite happy with that. I have no issue with any of that. So good on them. I appreciate the mention. But there were a lot of channels. I'm just going to skim through. There's a lot of channels that at least got some votes here. So a lot of different folks, and we got I got here Baubles and Ball Cards here as well. So like a bunch of different folks. So like I said, whether that interests you or doesn't interest you, yeah, a whole bunch.
105, 106. How many are on here?
Like 130. Well, 100. Yeah, no more. Sorry, 171.
Dude.
At least 171 channels got at least one vote. So there you go. So like I said, quite a bit. Also, I will say, now this one is a new wrinkle. I hadn't seen this before, and I was actually very surprised when I saw it. And it's actually kind of funny. So I'll share it with you guys real quick here. It has a website now. This was all Jake. It's so they set up and made it so you can actually see the honored members of the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. Yes.
There's their plate on the wall.
I applaud them for putting in the effort. That's
There's a lot of effort. Yes.
I glanced at it this morning. I thought it was pretty neat.
Yeah, no, like I said, to their credit, the effort is clearly there. And like,
does it even link to their channel too?
I believe it does. Yes, I believe
There
it does
you go.
link to their channel, which is great. And we do have like you got Stove Sports here. By the way, credit to Stove Sports. He voted for the channel. I gotta say though, I enjoyed his ballot the most. Stove is a weird dude, but I enjoy. He basically took clips of the different YouTube ones, of the different YouTube channels that he voted for. And I don't remember which video he pulled the clip from this one from, but I enjoyed the clips that he pulled for the different ones too. His whole ballot was clips, and then put the people's name on there. So kudos to him on that one. So if you want to check that one out, that was a fun.
I'm gonna have to go back watch some of that stuff.
Yeah, some of it was like I said, to each their own, but some of it was interesting. I was just trying to scan through quickly. I did pass Bob. There you go. Bob Lewis is right here. The infamous Bob Lewis, of course.
Class of 2020.
there you go.
So look, to their credit, this is a bit of elaborate work. Though. You know, this isn't like a hack job in like 5 minutes. You got to put a little bit of effort into it.
I applaud their efforts. That's quite a lot of effort.
Yeah, so credit to them for that. So let me scroll here. Where am I? Oh, there's a bunch here. Tops 85401. Good evening. I remember Sports Card YouTube claiming they do shows for their videos for their kids, but they clearly are slave to the algorithm. They have no choice but to use annoying headlines and thumbnails. Okay. Yep, probably. I'm a new subscriber. Thanks to YouTube Hall of Fame. Well, there you go. Just send EDC. Good evening. Let's scroll through. A meet for Hall of Fame. No.
That's another hobby friend. I get along with him pretty well, and I'd be more than happy to if I had a vote.
He's speaking about a person though. That's not a YouTube channel.
No,
At the very least, you can name the channel. It is a channel.
I think a meet's great.
There you go. Amish Dave is the highest on the list that I have a subscription for. A bunch of channels I will need to check out. That's fair. That's fair. And I think if it does lead to you checking out some channels and trying it. So I think that's at least a good benefit. Let me scroll through. Eric, the first YouTube Hall of Famer to not have his own channel. There we live the dream. Do you think there should be a maximum sub limit for the nominated channels? May stop larger channels from being so butthurt. No, you know what I would say? There was actually a really good comment on the video that I made talking about the concept of it and how people were taking it too seriously. Like I said, kudos to them on the amount of effort. Clearly, that website and everything was a lot of effort, so kudos to them on that.
Absolutely.
But it's like I said, it's a made up Hall of Fame. It's not a real thing. There's no prize really. I think they got a little patch they get, which is fine. It's a fun little thing for them to have. But like really, there's no big cash prize. And there's no great prestige, and that's not going to triple your sponsorship deals. So hold tight, hang on. The thing though is that on the comment though, they made a suggestion. I think I mentioned there was a branding issue that I think was the issue. I think calling it a Hall of Fame messed up the whole thing because it got people's heads in a certain mentality for it. But they said like a community choice awards, which I think is a lot more open ended. It's kind of like, oh, these are like channels and people that make videos and stuff that a community or communities enjoy. So it can be for whatever reason you want. Then it's more of it's more like a recognition of you're doing some good stuff that people liked.
So now we need to adjust how we call it.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you said.
Well, if it's about what people like, then really this show has no shot because nobody likes this. Not even.
I edited you out of
not
the
even
replays.
us. I mean, we don't.
Eric, the channels did as well as it did because I edit you out of all the replays.
Oh, that's smart.
I just superimpose. Like I use AI. I use AI.
I would.
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, like you should go watch the replays. It's literally every time you speak, it's Elmo. It's fantastic.
It's chocolate stick.
It's amazing.
It would be way better than whatever it is we do.
Why do you think you got 21 votes?
People
Elmo
like
really helped. Elmo really helped boost the voting for this year. It's
The on fire helmet.
huge. So let me scroll through here. Carlos, I feel vindicated. You should never feel vindicated. Let's scroll through here. Carlos in 2024. I'm not going to worry about it. Like I said, I was just happy they did a little bit of fun here. How did Jabs get 2 votes? 2 people voted for him. I just left the show. Great job, Jake. Let's see here. Yeah, lucky I need to hit a show. We have them every weekend. Yeah, Michael Ham, you have a lot of card shows down your way. I work a lot of weekends. Can't wait to retire. 2 years to go. There you go.
Good luck.
What do you think of the Royal Rumble? Predictable. It was okay.
It was wrestling.
Yeah. Eric, wrestling is less rigged than hockey.
I'm not gonna listen to you. You talk.
I already said it. Anyway, the thing is that for the shows that for the matches they had on there, it was okay. But I'll be honest, like I actually did watch it because I had the chance on the streaming thing that I've got for the other streaming packages with the NHL and the rest of it. I kind of zipped through a lot of the men's rumble because Cody Rhodes was going to win. So at that point, and then put him literally last, and I'm like, so the rest of this was a waste of time because we know where this is going. Now I will say, if any of you didn't see it, go watch. If you can watch it, go watch the Pitch Black, the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match, or what do they call it? Like, here's what I call it. I call this a gimmick match. It was literally wrestling cosmic bowling. If you ever been to cosmic bowling, that's literally what it was. It was it was the lighting with all this stuff and a bunch of shit that was like glow in the dark. It was the dumbest thing.
So you just see their clothing type of thing?
It was black light, garbage, bullshit. And their costumes were designed to like glow in the black light thing, but it was literally the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. It was a sponsored match.
Have they ever had sponsorship like that before? Because I've never heard of it, but I mean I haven't paid attention in a decade or more. But a sponsorship match, I've never heard of that.
I think I've seen a few, but I think
First time I heard it.
It's going to become more common because WWE at this point will like literally do anything for a buck.
Oh, absolutely.
But it was, you have a feud, and this was supposed to be, I guess, a blow-off match for the feud, and you used a gimmick match. And I was like, but use the gimmick match. It was literally cosmic bowling. I'm not exaggerating. It was cosmic bowling.
Yeah, I believe it.
That's the best description I can give it. Cosmic bowling.
That's not good.
Let's see here. There's nothing scholarly about the Klosko. It's a cliquey show with little wisdom. Okay. We're not really talking about it, but sure. Watching the new people realize that a lot of people collected prior to 2020 is kind of funny. I think the vintage stickball guys are delusional at times, but they're not off their rockers. Fair enough. Carlos just put Jerome Murray's pick in Eric's place. You mean Jeremy Murray, the Jeremy of
Jerome?
Yeah, I think Jerome is somebody else, but I know who you're talking about.
I know who he's talking about too.
Yeah. People fail to realize the concept is about the community. Bigger channels don't do shit for the community. Well, that's why I said the bigger channels have big followings, right? But it doesn't translate because, and I used the Ziri example. That's why I gave that example. He's actually got a really good following, but he doesn't really collaborate with anybody. He doesn't really do anything. He just does his own thing. By the way, he's still very successful doing his own thing, and people like it and they find it entertaining.
I actually start watching it because for 8 minutes, it's pretty actually neat to see the product.
But that's what I mean. Like, he serves his purpose. He's successful because that's what he does, which is great. And I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. But would I consider Ziri to be part of any specific community? No. Ziri's community is the people that interact with Ziri's content. And that is it. So somebody like Ziri would never get a vote for this thing because what are you gonna put in there? Like, he doesn't really talk to anybody else, doesn't really collaborate with anybody else, and doesn't appear in any other channel. So what's he going to participate in, right? But again, he's still very successful, and there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. It works. He's got 50,000 subscribers, man. That's real good.
I would say.
Best line of the week: wrestling is less rigged than hockey. Facts. That is an amazing analogy. Thank you, Josh. Cracker Barrel AEW hardcore match with Jimmy Havoc, Darby Allin, somebody else. I like where your head's at, Paul. I like where your head's at.
Okay.
And Carlos, I still can't believe the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Facts. True, man.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
True facts. Good evening, Mrs. Bobbles. Yes, I'm at BGS Jeremy, buddy Jeremy. Facts. Ziri's community was its patron. Yeah, like I'm just saying, man. Like it would be like that. Good evening, Alex. You have to making cards videos for 1 year to vote, and I think that's fair. The video ballots and actually having it be, because otherwise, now like I said, I'm not going to sit here and speak all the praises of it because we've talked about the flaws. There are fatal flaws to this concept, fatal flaws. But at least by having it somebody making videos for a year-ish, well then at least you've been around. At least you've done something, because otherwise anybody can start up a YouTube account and be like, yeah, I'm voting. Okay, sounds good. Mr. Bobble, speaking of the lights out match, how's it going?
What is up,
It's like
fellas? Yo,
He's got a chain, he's got the glasses, he's got a whole persona. You see, Eric, you're questioning, and look at his subheading. Look at it.
He
Yo.
is a professional Jason Robinson bumper. That's right.
yo,
That's what I'm saying. He's got the chain. Come on, Bobbles, you like it?
You look like a Latina mom.
a what?
Like so my friend.
My daughter just came in to tell me I look like something. Hold on. Oh, I stole your glasses. Here
I
you
know
go.
that's why I'm saying that.
Say hi to everybody.
Hey there, good evening. He stole your glasses. Just terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I stole her glasses. I didn't have
You can
sunglasses.
still use them.
No, I can't see out of it.
I can't see out of him.
Nice.
It was just for the intro. I
Look,
could not
I
see out.
appreciate I appreciate your commitment to the bit. All right, and at least
Well,
at
I
the
appreciate Eric. He sent me the show your slabs chain.
yes, that's right.
The gold in gold.
Yes,
You see this? In gold.
but you see, Bubbles,
You got
come on, don't you appreciate it? At least now, like I'm working with you here on this one. And this is a sweet jersey, buddy. Like this is a good jersey here.
I see that. I see that. I like that.
Yeah, I'm just saying the reverse retro on this one. Well done. Reverse retro, well done. I approve. So let me scroll through here. We'll get caught up on a couple comments here. Patrick Mahomes is great, but does anyone really believe he will win 7 Super Bowls, let alone get to 10 of them? No. That team will run into salary cap problem. Assuming there's no injuries, that team will eventually run into salary cap problem. But right now, early in his career, great run. And if they win this Super Bowl, that would be huge for him. And a great feather in his cap anyway. Like, that'll put him right at the top of the heap for the current guys. Bobbles looking like a man of mystery. Facts. Bubbles looking like a mob boss in the middle of a drug deal. I mean, SGC group sub. True. Bubbles just needs some LED lights. I know. Orlando says, hey, Bubbles. Oh, wow, he is a professional pumper now. True. Commitment to presentation
I got the
is important.
equipment.
That's facts. Commitment to presentation is important, so that's my younger brother in that one.
Mr. Ninjas.
That's right. It's a dope chain. That's right. I opened that thing and hysterically laughed so hard.
She did. She opened the package and she just started busting out laughing. And she's like, I need you to go in the other room until I get this put together. And then she pulls everything out. She's like, oh, it is together. And just starts cracking up. Dude, this is awesome. So for those that don't know, the little joke with the rubber bands, I made my little necklace. And Eric sent me a gift. So I had to represent.
That's good. I got to thank Corey from Show My Slabs, because they don't make them for SGCSWPIG. So he had that. I had that specially made to fit that. So
I thought it was having a
one
stroke.
of one.
that is he specially made that for me.
That's right.
Well, that's awesome.
Eric had to
have
pull a few
friends in low
strings.
places.
Eric made few phone calls.
Prince Fielder reference. Look at that. Well played, sir. Well, they went to 5 straight AFC championships already, so you can never say never. No, like I said, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are off to a great start. It's just tough to get to that many Super Bowls. The Patriots did a very good job as an organization rebuilding, because if you look at how they got there, look, as a Tom Brady historian, let me remind y'all, it was done in 2 separate components. It was the early part where they got to a bunch and they won 3 Super Bowls, right? But then there was a gap. They had 2 losses in the middle, and then it looked like that was it. That was going to be the end. And then there was the late career resurgence. However, it was required in order to get to the final totals. You needed that late career resurgence in that whole bit. So, is that to say Patrick Mahomes couldn't possibly? He's off to the good start part. The good start part right now, like I said, and we'll do the Super Bowl predictions next week. So, y'all prepare yourselves, and I'll try to find some fun prop bets and stuff. I'll try to compile a little list of fun prop bets and things, and we'll do the predictions on the Super Bowl thing for next week. We'll do it next Friday. But I will say this. It's as good a start as you could ask for, right? It's hard to beat, getting to 5 AFC championships, 3 Super Bowl appearances now. That's pretty good. At least you're giving yourself a chance. Getting there consistently is your best way. That's the only way you get to give yourself a chance. And then we'll see how the numbers add up at the end. But there could be a situation where the Chiefs could have a down period, like what we just described. And if somehow they rebuild, then sure, it's possible. But it's hard. The latter portion of it, there's no guarantee you're going to get that rebuild segment. So while things are going well right now and you got a good team, take advantage of it. Just take advantage of it while you still can. Bob looking at the inside of an SGC slab. How appropriate. Good evening, Brandon. Happy Friday. Love the jersey. Thank you, sir.
See, Brandon knows what that is. Hey, buddy. Bobbles. Brandon knows Corey also, so he knows what you got around your neck.
Yep. I just want 1 Super Bowl. Totally understand. I get it. I honestly thought Buffalo was going to get further this year. I really did. I think a lot of us did. It's like, I think the way this turned out caught us a bit by surprise. The Chiefs being there, that's not too shocking, but just the way we arrived at this destination was not, I don't think, what any of us expected. So I guess we'll see. We'll find out. So we did mention, I don't know if you caught the beginning part of the show there, Bobbles. We did mention that the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame thing concluded. We've got the winners and everything. A couple of them are in the chat, so congratulations to those of you that got in. Lou Rock and a lot of folks that are already in it previously, so congrats to you. You did get some votes on your channel. The channel here got some votes, so thank you again to the people who thought of us. And also thank you to people who are joining in for the first time on the strength of getting a recommendation based on it. That's why I say, if you treat it as a way of recommending channels that you like, there is still some value to that. Like I definitely saw a boost in people subscribing because they caught wind of the channel the first time through that. So I can't say that it didn't benefit anybody in any way. It seems to have helped out for some folks.
I looked at the Excel sheet a little bit this morning, but now definitely I'll do another check again. I'm sure there's at least 100 more channels that I don't know if there goes all the way to 130 something. So.
It was like 170. It was a
Yeah,
lot.
so.
Yeah. So what I'll say is this: if maybe you find a channel you like, and if that's all it is, well then that's still beneficial. And I don't know if you saw that, Bubbles. They have a website. I was very impressed.
Yes.
I've seen you pull that up,
Yeah.
and I'll say too, like it proves the point of, and I don't remember who it was that mentioned it, but somebody mentioned like there's literally thousands of sports card YouTube channels out there now,
Yep.
and for one, there's not enough hours in the day to catch them all, but at least to get ideas and hear names and new names and stuff, maybe you can find, somebody that you really like or whatever. You never know. So, there is a decent purpose behind it if it's utilized for what I think, what the guys were saying it was originally intended for. So,
Definitely.
That is right. I agree with that. So let me scroll through here. But that's what it really comes down to, like I said. As long as people don't take it too seriously and just take it in the lighthearted. Like I said, that's why I recommended the Stove one. I honestly thought the Stove's, nomination ballot, video ballot, I think got the right spirit of it. Because it was silly. It was kind of fun the way he put it together. Like I said, he just took clips of the different nominees that he did. Found random clips. Some of them were very weird. There was a couple for Almost Dave there that he threw in there. Like I said, just take my word for it. It was silly. I recommend it. Just check it out. But I think that ballot is the correct spirit under which this should be taken. Not taken seriously. Or Dave's
was
nomination
awesome.
video. Yeah.
I had tears running down my face.
Yeah. Both of those are in the correct spirit. If you take it in that spirit, I think you
was.
can just have fun with it and it's fine.
And yes, some people got definitely their panties up in a bunch on that.
Every
Sorry.
year.
There's
Every
no other
single
way to say it.
Every single time.
It's like ridiculous.
Every single time, buddy. Every single time. Some good channels out there. Many need some attention. That's fair. What is the website for the YouTube Hall of Fame? Can't find it searching the Google. So
I got it here. I'm going to tag it.
Yeah, it's YSCHOF. YSCHOF.com. That is where you can find it. You can see the little panel for the illustrious Bob Lewis.
Josh, I paid my friends at Google a couple of extra bucks to make sure that your Google search never works appropriately.
I'm just terrified of the notion that you have friends at Google.
I do.
I'm terrified of
God,
the notion
I
you have
got a
friends.
list. And they're higher ups too. I have friends everywhere. I know
Your friends are high. That's what I heard from you.
Well, that actually is very, very true. And Brandon knows that one also is a fact. So yes, but I paid off a few people at Google to make sure that anytime Josh uses their products, he's going to get bad results in the search engine. So it was totally worth it.
Your chocolate stick money goes far, right?
I was gonna say.
I don't have a lot of it, but what I do have, I put in the right places.
That sounds to me like you have enough money left over to sponsor the like button.
No
more.
No, I just had to pay the Google guys.
That is really bad money management, is what that is. That sounds like really bad. Bobbles, that sounds like really bad money management.
It was worth screwing Josh over.
I don't know how much he paid for this, but I have to, I have to show the appreciation there. So I'll give him a little slide on that one.
Yeah, I have nothing. You don't have to do that whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Bubbles.
Not at all.
Yeah, listen here, you French dipshit. Your package, it should be at your house soon enough.
Yeah, it should be already here. What are you freaking talking about?
You're not getting the slab chain.
Where's my Denis Lemieux freaking hockey puck?
I don't have one of those. And as soon as I get one, I'll make sure you get it. But there's something in the mail for you, so keep an eye out. And it's not a slab chain. You don't get a slab chain.
Interesting. I think there's a valid comment being stated here. What happened to BGS sponsorship money? True, Aussie Card Dad. True. Eric's friends are high up in Google. They're working fixing the building's roof. That's right. That is correct, sir. All right, so I'm just scanning through my little agenda here. I did want to talk about this briefly. I mentioned in the video that ComSeed is doing that thing with CSG, the integration with it. I did play around with it a little bit. I will make a correction that somebody in the comments section did mention. I think it was Robert who said it. He is correct. There are certain scenarios where you have to do a little extra, but basically, long story short, ComSeed now has a partnership with CSG where you can submit cards directly to grading. They've got their different price point of their structure. For flipping purposes, I'd question it. However, if you want for your personal collection purposes, a little bit of ease of use, or you're Canadian and you want an easier access point to be able to submit some cards, I can definitely see value. One point that Robert made that is correct is apparently if you intake it, put, like say you drop off a card of ComC, it's a 50-cent intake. Now it'll take a while for them to process it. However, apparently you don't need to then upgrade it to Elite. That was my mistake. I was misspoken on my part. However, if you're doing EPAC and they're doing like a stock image, yes, you do. So for those ones, you do have to do that. It's an extra step, but it's $2 and then you can do it. And then after that, you can submit. I did send off a card for them and tagged one for being sent over to CSG. And I'll report back in, I guess, about a month and see how their service works out in that regard. But I got a little prompt there where it shows me that it's been submitted. So now it's in progress.
I forgot to comment on your video there, but my concern was this: is we all know if you buy from ComC, sometimes, let's say, on the quality of the photo or how the let's say the seller describes the condition of the card, if it's something that does really matter.
Well, in ComC, you don't get to
That's
describe
a
the condition
hit
of
and
the card.
miss, man. Like, I mean, someone can drop a little note sometimes, right? They'll say like surface scratches if the person takes the time to do it.
It's
But
ComC who does
that's
that.
extremely rare.
Yeah, but it's ComC who does that. It's not you don't.
Some
get
of them do have a little comment, but
no, I understand. But
what
it's
I'm
ComC
saying
the
is-
one who's delivering it.
Okay, so anyway, what I'm saying is you never know what you're gonna get, especially if you're just gonna hit send to grade. Like,
Yeah.
oof. That's all I thought. I was like, that's a tough one.
The point, Yannick, is it's a very limited use case. I think
True.
for EPAC it makes sense because you're getting it straight from the manufacturer, straight over to ComC, and then you're still taking your chances. Just to be clear, it doesn't mean it has to be perfect for them, but at least you're getting it. The amount of people in between is minimized. You're getting straight from manufacturer to ComC and then straight over to CSG. So that's one. And then the second scenario is you can also so for us in Canada-wise, like I said, friends with Brad and PSA Canada. For us, that makes sense. That works. We can make that work, and it's straightforward and streamlined for us. However, if I want to send some card for CSG, I could drop them off at ComC at one of the shows. So when the expo comes in, I could, as part of my stack of cards that I'm sending anyway, I could give them cards, have them put into my ComC account that I've already picked, and then I could send those out to CSG and then have them shipped back to me. I have that option. It's a 50-cent intake if I'm willing to wait, or I could pay for them to do it quicker and then have them process it and then send it off to CSG.
Funny enough, now 10 minutes down the road from me, as of a couple of days ago, a comic book place. He's a submitter now, official submitter for CSG as well.
For CSG? Yep.
Yep.
How's
Yeah.
his rates? Not bad?
30 Canadian, I think I saw.
Not terrible. Still a little bit expensive, but
You
not
know,
terrible.
but of course it's in our Carlos, you're aware, in our situation, so it includes, the guy includes the duties, all that kind of like
You have to.
paperwork, all
You
that
have to.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's 30 Canadian.
Yeah, you have to do it because otherwise it's too difficult to try to calculate it. You got to basically have some arrangement because duty messes up the whole thing. it creates this annoying problem. The shipping both ways, all of it. That's why I say like it's another option for folks if they want to do that. But again, it's a very specific use cases where it'll make sense. For most people, it probably won't. But I don't think it's a bad thing they're offering it. Go ahead.
Yannick, you said it was a comic book shop. Are you talking about grading comic books? Or are they grading cards?
Everything. He's a submitter.
All right.
But I can, if I want to send stuff to CSG in a way, I can go to this fellow now. They were on my bus route to go to school, and I used them for all their supplies. They're really great for this, especially I got into older magazines and stuff, so they have all those backboards and covers for it. So really nice, really nice. Not my stuff they have in store, but they're really nice, neat place.
Oh, good, excellent.
Yeah.
So I'm glad
If
that
they
you
went
have
through the
something local.
process
Go ahead, Bubbles.
to be if they went through the process to be an authorized dealer, which it sounds like they did, then they can do anything.
If I was a comic book guy, or even those characters and figurine stuff, they're like a super nice place. They even have a lounge side. People go hang out. There's those nights of cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, all that. Really, like, it's working. They're popular. There's people there. So
Yeah,
I'm glad in that regard. So that's neat to see that genre works over there. So
Well, I was hearing Yannick say that when he's saying if I was comic book guy, all I heard was worst submission ever.
Ever.
Just saying. That's what I
Comic
heard.
book guy. Yes.
That's what I heard.
Yes.
So, question here from Timeless Cardboard. Bobbles, rest of you. What do you think about slabs having grade tag on back so it doesn't detract from the front of the card? So basically, putting the grade on the back as a design feature. For me, I don't mind having the grade on the front. Like, it kind of gets to the point. Like, if you're going to bother with it, for me. But I guess if you design it in a nice looking way, like, I guess it depends on what you're looking for. If you really don't want to see the grade, then why would you even bother slabbing it? It just seems to me you have other holders you could use. That's just kind of my take on it. Bubbles, any thoughts?
I'm kind of in the same boat. I think so you're going to come into a catch-22 here. Like, how is somebody at a show selling graded cards if the grade was facing backwards going to display the cards, because they're going to put their stuff in the display case so you can see what the cards are, and then they're going to have to flip over every card when somebody wants to know like what the grade is. So
yeah,
I think that would cause more issues than be accepted, I guess, so to speak. I personally, I wouldn't want it that way.
Yep. Yannick or Eric?
I never thought about it personally. I think I will agree with Bubbles. It would just make no sense, I guess, in that regard, especially if you display them. But I guess it's just a number.
Here's an idea on that topic. If the label ever like distracts from the card for anybody, and if anybody out there wants to start a business, here's an idea for you. Make a little sleeve that goes over the top that covers the label on the slabs. And you can do it for PSA, CSG, SGC, Beckett,
It's called tape.
all of them. Just a little tape, same thing. But if somebody's asking the question, people would buy it. Just saying. You make a
Right.
little silicone or
Oh,
rubber
slab-
sleeve
yeah.
or something.
Called slab tape.
There you go.
So
you
There
should
you
start a
go.
business called
you
slab.
could make the slab sleeve, let's say, with like a black part
Yep.
on the top. So when you put your card in it, you don't see the.
So
I love that the
invented
tape he
this.
grabbed was the duct tape.
Okay, so I just invented this.
Eric duct
Now,
tape
while
everything.
you were inventing
For
it, were
anyone
you
who's
using it to
interested in
tie
slab
someone
tape-
up? Maybe Marcel Dion.
Nope. Do you notice it's silver? Beckett just went to the silver. They just got the order in.
How interesting.
Eric, do you know the red and green show? Does that ring a bell? If I
The red and green show.
It's
No,
a
I don't
red
know
green show.
red green show?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, never mind. We're not gonna go into this, but
It's very Canadian, Eric. It's very,
and
very
very
Canadian.
and
reference.
very duct.
But
tape.
it involves duct tape. It rest
Okay.
assured involves duct tape. All right,
But-
let me finish this stuff.
Slab tape. Keep it in mind, folks.
Yeah. Just remember, see, Timeless, what you've done is you've just gotten Eric to admit where he keeps the tape that he uses when Marcel comes over. I'm very concerned about this. I don't want
Yes.
to talk about it any further. Allegedly. Moving on.
That was really fast, Eric.
Good evening. Yeah, like he had access to that real quick.
Tape.
I was just worried. Good evening, Dave. PMN here. We all know Cub sees raw grading as a joke. Let's say you do a raw vintage card in their EX to near mint range. I would not use their grading as an indicator. And also, why would you? Unless it's like a vintage card and you don't care. That's why I say like the CSG thing. Just to be clear, I think the use cases are EPAC because it's coming straight from the manufacturer, so you've got at least a moderately chance that it's okay. I can't guarantee it, but there's a decent chance it's okay because it's coming from a source. Or you submitting it yourself. You handing off the card that you selected, having it in your account, and sending that card in for encapsulation, for PC purposes. Because again, for flipping, I wouldn't be looking to CSG as my first option anyway. Not for flipping. The card that I chose was a card that I wanted to have for PC purposes anyway. So I'll take it as is. I'm not terribly worried about it. But it also did come from EPAC. Just to be clear. It came from EPAC, so that's probably the best chance it has to be okay. I can't guarantee it's going to get a 10, though. I can't.
So do you think it's just a nice option?
It's
As in,
totally
like,
an
there's
option.
not really money to be made in that. Like, it's not like CSG is gonna get flooded with COMC submitters.
No, I think it'll be a nice little add-on for them. And also, if it works well and they succeed with it, it would be
It's a
probably
nice service.
Yeah, It wouldn't shock me if ComC down the road, if they're able to have a little bit of success with it, it wouldn't shock me if down the road they got similar offers from some of the other third-party graders. I'm sure some of the other ones would consider maybe setting up something with them if they could make it viable. And if the price was reasonable, why not?
Have you guys noticed too? PWCC now you can submit to all except PSA. I think.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
Well,
I
that's
think
good.
I feel like it's the same kind of deal. I think it's them taking their version of it and offering it. Like I tried it, and in all honesty, for the one I did, it was very simple.
Just FYI, I'm getting PWCC is going hard right now on promotion and all. I'm trying to
So
get you to.
the reason
Go
you
ahead.
can't do the PSA is because obviously the Golden connection, and Golden's got his marketplace now. And then it's funny you mentioned the PWCC promotion. There's a gentleman, and I'll just put it out here. I've asked opinions on it, but it's hard for me to pass it off, even if I agree to it. There's a guy from PWCC who's reached out to me. They're very pushy when they want somebody on board with them. But
I got
he's
that
been
phone
reaching
call a
out to
while
me, wanting me to partner with them to offer basically where I would send cards for grading. And then if folks chose, they could go from like me sending them for grading, they come back, and then I would submit them for folks to PWCC consignment. Or people could submit themselves to PWCC with a promo code or whatever in my name. My issue is, how do I pass this off to people when I don't use PWCC and everybody I hear talk about PWCC auctions? They're on there because the cards are going for a bargain. So I don't want to pass off something that's not going to benefit anybody, so to speak. So I put the poll out asking if folks would be interested in it. It wasn't really highly accepted, in interest level. And I just don't see a use case for it. I mean, why am I going to tell people to send your cards to PWCC if they're not going to get the value they should? So
The play baubles was to do live streams of the auctions and stare at the auctions. I'm just saying they've been sponsoring a bunch of different folks, and they've added some more folks to that rotation now. There's more content creators that they've got doing the PWCC premiere auction or the weekly auction, live stream, talking through blah blah blah, and they've literally gone hard at adding more folks into that docket. There's a hockey one specifically with Hockey Cards Gong Show, I want to say, and I think old Floating Head is just involved in that one. He's got his other one that's the regular one, and then I want to say Sports Card Therapist is now doing one where they're doing some vintage stuff for either the weekly auction or the premiere. I forget what it is, and I think there's one more. So, but that's at least three. That's at least 3 or 4 of them that I'm familiar with.
This wasn't so.
No, I know what you're talking about. What I'm saying though is that the play is not getting people to use the platform. The play is doing the live stream and talking about auctions.
Yeah.
That's the play.
Yeah, it was like apparently there would be some code if people did submissions on their own. If they used my code, then I mean it would work for me great, because if people submitted it, then it wouldn't take a percentage of the sale off of them. It's a percentage of PWCC's profit. If that makes any sense. Like I would get a percentage of PWCC's cut.
Yeah.
But it's just hard telling people, it's great. Send them over there if they're not really bringing in the value. So
Yep. So real quick, I'll get caught up here. Green Cardboard, good evening. 357. Super Bowl prediction next week. We still got a week in between. This used to be the Pro Bowl week, so we can save the predictions and the prop bets and the whole bit until next week. Duct tape fixes everything. Correct, Josh.
That's true.
So Paul here has got the right one. If women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. That's right, Paul.
Why do you think I got married? How do you think I got married?
No, there's no way you
An arranged marriage?
No,
Payments?
I can do
Frequent
2
payments?
things. I can kill spiders, and I can fix stuff. That is the only reason she was interested in me.
She sure doesn't rely on your skills to go to the grocery store. And
Oh, Lord
coming
knows.
back
No,
with
not at all.
No,
the right stuff.
That's not it. No, I can kill spiders and I can fix stuff. That's it. That's all I
You
do.
can buy stuff to kill spiders, and then you don't need you anymore.
Could you
You're
please
very
not
easily
tell her
replaced,
that?
sir.
Please don't tell her that.
See,
Probably true. She
Mm,
wanted me out of her house.
mm.
I think
Yeah,
I might order on Amazon and send a spider killer to your home.
No, she's not
Uh,
going to use duct tape. She's going to use a stapler.
Probably. For
I
TCG
think-
cards, COMC and CSG grading may work. Don't forget CGC. I think for the TCG cards, I think you're using CGC. Is that right, Bobbles? Memory serves me. I think for
Yeah.
TCG cards, you have to use CGC. CSG, I think, is just for the sports cards. I believe, if memory serves me.
Can we just
I-
stop calling them 3 letters and just call them like some name now that we can just?
What would you
I'm
like to
just
call them,
effective
Yannick?
at all.
What would you like to
Oh
call them?
man, you know, how about call them green or black or blue? Or
Great, we're gonna color code them. All right. Anyone here of the new Topps baseball product called the Gilded Collection? I have heard of it, and I think I saw a break of it.
No,
It's
don't
pretty
know nothing.
expensive stuff, isn't it? Like, am I wrong on this, Bobbles? Isn't it like a
I-
2-pack product? It's like I think I saw a breaker on it.
I haven't seen any of it open. I have seen some photos of it. It looks like a nice product. I don't know price point or any of that though.
Yeah. The break I saw, because I think it was 2 packs, and the break I saw looked nice, but I don't know too much about it outside of that. But it looked nice for at least for the break that I saw. Pro Bowl predictions, asking the right question. Do they still do the Pro Bowl?
It's flag football.
That was the old Pro Bowl. I'm saying, do they do it now still?
Yeah, no, this is the brand new one. It's flag football.
It was flag football before.
Well, that's what
There was
they're
no
playing-
contact in the Pro Bowl.
That's what they're doing now is flag football.
Unless
They're
your name
literally
was
playing
Sean
by flag
Taylor.
football.
Yes, they're playing. Actually, they're putting flags on your hips, and you're going to play flag football.
They should have just gotten rid of the pretense and done it sooner then. CTV News did a piece. This man's watching CTV News. There you go. A piece on a lady that inherited her dad's Montreal Expo collection. 31,000 cards. They have 31,000 cards. Yannick, how many of them do you have?
Not that many.
I feel like,
31,000.
well, in
There must
fairness,
be a lot of 91 Fleer.
I was going to say, in fairness
90
though,
upper deck.
the Expos, help me out here, Yannick. The Expos, before they left, they went into like 2005?
4.
4? Yeah. Okay. So
2004
I was in the
their
right.
last
I was in the right
official
ballpark. So yeah, in the 90s there would have been a lot of cards for them. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that makes more sense.
69 to 2004.
Yeah. So especially in the late 90s, early 2000s, there would have been a lot of cards, parallels and stuff. You could have a lot of cards for them at that point.
I have tons, but you know,
Yeah.
most of them are a lot from the 90s, right? So
That's right. Yeah, for sure.
I'm just saying. I don't mean to interrupt. I think now it might be a good time to end the show and say goodnight. So
Mm.
why don't we do that? Why don't we wrap it up?
Mm.
Okay, why don't we wrap it up? Say goodnight to everybody, and let's call it early. Let's call it early, okay? Good night, everybody.
So
All
we're
right.
gonna do it before we get to Kathy Witt's comment, is what you're saying?
No. Just good night, everybody.
come on,
And,
get to it, get to it.
Thanks for stopping.
I will if some people will be quiet so I can read comments here.
Be quiet, Eric.
Jesus.
No, let's wrap
Bubbles,
it up.
take notes. You see, I'm ignoring their objections and commentary. I want to get to these comments, and we're getting to these goddamn comments. Final print run for the Super CEO Brian Gray signed cards, 159. How many did you buy? -14. Just like a tag pop report. I mean, go on. Too soon? Moving on. Timeless cardboard. Carlos, show the picture of young Eric and imagine that guy with a roll of duct tape. Facts. All right, Kathy Wade. Baseball card. It would be confusing since he already has a note pinned to him with his name, address, and phone number.
Do you have left and right written in the bottom of your hands too?
No, but they're on the mittens though.
With the string attached
Yes.
to each other?
Yes, it's embarrassing. All right. Thanks, Mom.
Yep.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
PMN, my point is a new partnership with CSG exposes them because the raw grading when put to the test with them will now reveal they're inaccurate raw grading, opening the refund request. The problem is that even in the example you gave a range. And most of the time they don't grade it at all. Most of the time they don't offer you a grade. Like Bobbles, you've gotten into ComC now. Most of the cards on there don't have a grade at all.
0.
Yeah. It's kind of like
I never rely on any of that.
it's a low res. It's actually a low res image. Now you can put even your listing if you want. You can process it with a higher res image. By the way, a higher res image is not like super high res. And if you're worried about trying to pick out every detail, it's not going to work.
It's simple anyway. Like,
Yeah.
I know this isn't probably the route they want to go or whatever, but if people wanted to start offering refunds, all they got to do is put some fine print somewhere. It might already be there that ComC's
not real
opinion
grading.
of, yeah, like, or they can say that their standard's different than CSG standard, and so just because it says EX Denierment on ComC, it doesn't equate to CSG. There's so many little loopholes that you'd never get a refund out of it.
Yep.
They're
And all
not
they have to do, by
they're
the
not
way,
a professional grading company.
Yeah. And all they'd have to do really is just switch everything else back over to there is a scratch on the card. But you're not giving a specific grade. You're just highlighting a defect. Like if you see something, you highlight the defect, and that's the end of your conversation with it.
Whoever ordered ComC cards that you get home and you go in like, oh my god, all those are PSA 10s. Like,
Well,
never
no, here's the
happened.
thing, Yannick. I have had good fortune over time where I have bought stuff from ComC. I actually have gotten PSA 10s
Oh shit.
out of ComC cards. Yeah. Now, a lot of times it's not. Now, unfortunately, I should have kept a couple of those cards. I had 3 Patrick Mahomes rookies before Patrick Mahomes really took off, and I bought them for $15 a pop of the Donruss one. 2 of them came back PSA 10s.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's
They're like-
impossible.
Yeah, but
just
I
like,
wouldn't
you know.
expect it. It would not be my expectation.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Can it happen? Sure. I've literally had it happen. I got stuff from ComC and it came back 10s. 1990 Fleer Canadian. Facts. They lined up to
Sure.
shield rookies for days. True. Waiting for the red button card still. Speaking of Brian Gray. Facts. We need to remind everyone to hit the like button now that it's been on for an hour. Thank you, Josh.
No, Josh, you don't. You don't have to remind anybody anything. Thank you.
I think they should. I think that's a good call.
It's Josh's job. He's doing a great job.
Facts, facts, facts. Korean Carver said, can I share a photo of some hard to find for sale Korean cards PCI picked up the other day? You certainly can, and I think you've passed it along here, so I will share them. Let's take a look here if I can see it. Yes. Okay, I will share that. Give me 1 second. I'll finish reading these comments. Baz appreciated Kathy's comment.
Could you please not encourage her?
That's up to Baz. Yannick, do you have a Pedro Martinez, Vlad Guerrero Expos collection?
I do.
Nice.
Vlad Guerrero, definitely. Pedro, there's not that many.
Mhm.
Pedro in an Expo uniform, but I got some.
Yep. They have EX to near mint, which would be 5 to 7. Many of those are actually graded, would be 2 to 4s. Possible, but they also don't guarantee the grade. Final sale. We'll have to see what the terminology they use is on it, but they're not really guaranteeing it. I would not use their condition indicator as anything. You should probably still look at the picture. And again, it's still kind of a blurry picture. But I get your point. I get it. I just don't think they've exposed themselves to anything. They'd be able to talk their way right out of it without too much difficulty. So let's take a look at this. This is from Korean Cardboard's picture here. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So 2014 Golden Glove Awards. So you got that. And then you got another one for 2014 Gold Glove Awards. So this is out of 30, out of Print Run 10, Print Run 5, and Print Run 15. Or PR, I guess. Maybe the 3 different numbers. Well, you've got the little sticker there in the corner with the numbering. So 3 cards out of 30, I guess.
That's Korean
And
baseball.
who is it?
Yep, that's Korean baseball.
Yeah.
So, yep, Korean baseball PC cards I picked up the other day.
Nice.
So if you could, Korean Cardboard, when you get a chance, can you fill us in on exactly what it is we're looking at here?
Well, I mean, they're autographs, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Yep. So let me minimize here a little bit. Let me take a
it's like
closer
a
look.
3-color.
Yeah, here we go. Total serial numbers out of 30. The gold coin is gold. Okay, so there's slight variances here. Gold coin is serial number 1 to 5. The silver coin is 6 of 15, and the bronze is 16 to 30. So they did it similar to the PMG thing, where it's a 30 total print run, and then 3 different variants that comprise of 30. So that's what we're actually looking at. That's cool. That's nice. Very
It
nice,
is.
sir. Very nice. Have mainstream iconic rookie graded rookies really returned to pre-pandemic prices? Mainstream iconic graded rookies. I think some. I don't know if I would make such a broad statement on that. I think it would be a little bit of a case by case. There are definitely ones that have come down a lot. That is 100% true. But not across the board. Not across the board.
I wouldn't say pre.
Yeah, and also that, like I said, the statement here is so broad. Mainstream iconic graded rookies. Okay, what's a 54 tops Hank Aaron doing?
Very good.
Is that mainstream? It's an iconic graded rookie, right?
Very.
51 Bowman Mantle. How's that?
Oh, that's
Now I'm
way
cherry
down.
picking. To be fair, I'm cherry picking. Like I'm being like I'm picking
The
I'm picking-
51 mantle is way down.
like yeah, but I'm picking some. But remember, it said iconic graded rookies, right? We say iconic.
mean-
I'm being very picky here.
83
Some
Tony
90s
Gwynn is
rookies
probably
are
back to what
iconic.
he used to be.
Go ahead, Bubbles.
I said some, 90s rookies are iconic, so to speak. It depends on what he's talking mainstream and iconic.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And who you're speaking to.
You got to be a little bit more specific, I think. Maybe here you go. If you want to go with like an overprinted one, what's the 1990 Leaf Frank Thomas right now? Compared to when the pandemic ran up. So I'd be curious. Like, I don't know. I don't have
I
an
have
answer
one
for
in
you.
my display.
PSA
I
9,
keep
15
track
bucks.
of it.
Oh, like, I'm sure. But the question is, how much higher did it go? What was the pre-pandemic price? And compared to that, is it exactly the same? Is it a little higher? Is it a little lower? I'm not sure. But maybe if you want to look at the overproduced guys, that'd be a good indicator because there's plenty of quantity available. So you'd be able to at least see what the sale prices have gone to. Is that the Mike Trout of KBO? Can't get it done in the playoffs? Doesn't go to playoff games? Yikes.
Yeah, that's almost like an insult, right?
Like, how dare you? Those are facsimile autos, not real, from 2014 set.
Is it like Korean Tops or who makes the cards?
Let's see. Can I see anything here? Yeah. No, I can't. I'm not sure what they would be.
I know it.
They're neat looking
Maybe.
cards, though, I will say that. They're
Yeah.
neat looking cards. Let's go through. Staven, good evening. Arguably the greatest Korean player. He retired after 2017. Very nice. And here's the name here. I won't try to pronounce it. I'm not going to try.
These young
Played in
yup.
Korea and Japan. Very nice. I have a PSA Master Registry set for him. Nice. Well
Wow.
done, sir. Well done.
Roughly, roughly how many cards does he have? We talking, 50, talking hundreds, talking thousands. How many cards does he have? Roughly.
Mhm. Fair
I
question.
don't. I mean, like circulated, not so many, as Korean Cardboard has of him, but how many cards are available, roughly, of that player?
Right.
Is my question.
Fair enough. Fair question.
As many as Zion Williamson has.
Nobody
There we
has
live the
that
dream.
number.
There we live the dream, sir. All right, so let me scroll through here. What do you think of the junk wax submission deal PSA is offering right now? There is no junk wax submission deal. There is a pre-1989, which covers vintage. It's 1989 and older. But it's $22 Canadian. Not bad.
Bob actually said something funny.
While Eric is having himself a moment, I'm going to finish reading a couple of his comments.
Well, I hate Bob, and he's never funny, but this time he was funny. So I
You've
have
laughed
to
at a lot
laugh.
of things Bob has said. You guys have a very much a love-hate relationship. It's quite a bit of back and forth. Just
That
saying.
was funny.
So this is a license here. SCC has had it from 2018 to present. Okay. Maximus Pumpernickel. Have I missed the Tom Brady tribute yet? No, you haven't missed it.
I don't think we're.
I'm not.
playing.
I'm not convinced he's retired.
I don't put anything. past
Look,
him. It's weird.
I already
You gonna
gave him.
pull one that up again? You think?
Look, for the record, I already gave him a tribute. I'm not doing it again. I gave him a wonderful heartfelt tribute. We had pictures. We had video. It was wonderful.
Did you tear?
I had a single tear to my glass eye. It was moving. There was not a
Something
dry
there.
eye in the house. Not a single one. I'm
That's
not
what
doing
I
it again.
thought.
I'm not doing it again. Nope. You came back. You ruined it. Now you get nothing. Nothing.
That's funny.
Indeed. Looks like Will Jamay that posted crazy admissions really is Will Jamay. Okay. The name doesn't ring a bell, so you'll have to fill it in. Let me take a look here. Headed to the Houston Tri-State weekend. I assume looking for more candidates to trim. Yeah, Dave's got a lot of the good references for different names, but the name doesn't ring a bell to me. That one look familiar to
Can't
you,
help
Bubbles?
you.
Based on the description, he's a famous trimmer, but like famous trimmer in this hobby is relative term.
There's only one famous trimmer.
There you go. If I had to guess, he has roughly 400 total available cards. Korea didn't produce licensed cards from 2002 to 2013. I have about 240 of his cards in the registry set.
Awesome. That's cool.
Nice. Brady will pull a Favre.
Favre.
Why are you adding a TH in there? Where are we getting the TH? That's a little concerning. What are we doing over there, Ty? Why do you have a TH? I already have Tom Brady retiring on Groundhog Day. I know. That's what I'm saying. Was that nothing? Accent, a UHF reference? I promise. I claim nothing. Nothing.
That's a Hogan's Heroes reference.
Perhaps. I recognize those are made from the big blowout trimming thread. Ah, that makes sense. I don't really pay attention too much to the blowout trimming thread, but that makes sense. If he's on the list, he's on the list. Havre rhymes with mafra. That's what I'm saying. We had a TH in there, man. It's crazy. All right, got caught up on the comments. Good stuff. But yes, kind of asking the question from earlier. Yeah, it's an 89 and before. So, yeah, you can get some junk wax in there, but you can also get 1970 tops, 1959 tops, whatever you want. How come you do want to collect Bart Star cards, but don't want to collect legendary North Star cards?
All right, so legendary like Bill Goldsworthy. I mean,
The Bill Goldsworthy, man.
what do you mean legendary North Star cards?
I'm
Pretty much flex
look, I'm
that-
confused on two parts. Number one, legendary North Star cards.
Yeah.
Number two, how come you want to collect Bart Star cards? Who said I want to collect Bart Star cards?
Well, first of all, like Bart Star is a good player to collect.
But
And-
there's only one that I'm actually looking for. I'm looking
Yeah.
for the 57 tops rookie because I need it for my team set. That's the only Bart Star card I'm going to require. I don't need another one. That's it. I don't. So I'm collecting a Bart Star card,
Yeah.
singular. But okay. He ran Heroes of something repack. Oh, okay. That That part, the hero. I want to say Heroes of Sport. Yeah. So that one rings a bell a little bit. Now I'm with you. Gumper.
All right. So, fine. You got me on that one.
Eric, do you know the NHL has an All-Star game? And why do you hate it?
Skills competition.
From average Joe card collector.
I listen. Before the show started. I watched the first hour of the skills competition. It's on right now. They're playing golf with hockey sticks.
Are you serious?
This is so cheesy. It's embarrassing.
Are you suggesting it is, Eric, sports entertainment?
I have to say that what is on TV right now is in the same category as sports entertainment. I can't even argue the point. I don't know if anyone else is watching this or or it's brutal.
I feel
It's
strongly that
absolutely brutal.
at the bare minimum, you should pitch them for Ovi to cash in Money in the Bank. Now's a good time.
We're far from Ray Borg doing 4 targets with 3 pucks, eh?
Yeah, exactly. They're out on a golf course trying to putt with hockey sticks.
Playing putt.
Yeah,
So you could be there, Eric, and perform
this is just so ridiculous.
like mini golf skills.
All right. While Eric is lamenting the loss of his precious hockeys, I'm going to continue reading.
I hate All-Star games. No All-Star game should exist going forward. They all suck.
Wow, Eric has now decreed the end of All-Star games.
You should have an All-Star team, at the end of the year for nominated for players, but they don't have to go to a Pro Bowl and play, pick up sandlot, ribbon pulling games, and golf with hockey sticks.
Tug of war?
It has to stop. Nobody likes all-star games anymore. The players don't, the fans don't. They showed earlier a wide shot. They panned out at the hockey arena in Florida tonight. The place is almost empty.
It's a hockey arena in Florida.
Nobody.
Why
You
on
just
earth
said
would
the
anyone go?
players-
all-star games.
You
They,
just said
they
the
could be
players
playing the
were
Stanley
on
Cup
a
final
golf
and it would be
course.
empty.
So why would they be at the arena? The players were at the golf course.
Because there's still players in the arena they had 4 players doing the fastest skater competition, and the fastest skaters in the league weren't even in it. it is absolutely horrible, horrible. Is this turned into
Terrible. The integrity of the All-Star game is being infringed upon. This is awful.
on all of them? They all
How
suck.
dare thee have fun?
Outrageous.
Call Gary Bettman, Eric. Talk to him.
These are facts. Dave here says, and he posted on Net54 the last 2 days, basically admitting he alters cards, and you should expect all high-priced sports cards have been altered in some way. I love that he put in exclamation points. I appreciate it.
This was altered by the chain.
Altered by the chain, man.
Yeah, made it even more valuable
Absolutely.
and more awesomeness.
Now Eric has a new subheading. Moving on. Hockey 99 says he doesn't collect hockey cards. Seems odd. Moving on.
It does seem odd.
He also posted things about uncirculated cards from DNA and Thomas Fisher blowout. I put the info on your last PWCC video. Okay, cool. I'll have to double check it and scan it again. I tried to watch the skills competition. Every year it gets worse and worse. So many stupid gimmicks. Knock it the fuck off. Bring back the 90s skills competition format. Bob Jackson is with you, Bougie Eric.
I can't believe this, so I'm going to change my opinion. I think all All-Star games are awesome, and I'm really enjoying this evening's.
Eric was misquoted.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this evening's wonderful All-Star Games competition that's on right now. So,
Did you watch the one where the goalies were trying to shoot to try to score a goal full length of the ice, and then on the opposite side of that there was a goalie trying to block? I thought that was kind of fun and a bit different, letting the goalies try to score.
it wasn't the worst thing, but it again, they had 4 guys go for fastest skater and none of them tried, and the actual fastest guy of the 4 lost an edge and wiped out Makar from Colorado. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. And back in the 90s, like when Pavel Bure was in the fastest skater competition, that guy gave it everything he had, and I've never seen anybody go that fast on skates. It was incredible. These guys were, come on, they weren't even trying.
McGillney was fast.
Yeah,
How come he's not in the Hall of Fame? I haven't
I
followed
don't
it.
understand. It makes no sense. Guy's 1,000-point scorer. He was in the league for a long time.
Well, 1,000-point score really doesn't mean that much. Like, it's good, but like Yannick's a 1,000-point scorer in the NHL, and we don't remember his career.
In my opinion, you hit 1,000 points, you should be in the Hall of Fame.
Wow, that Hall of Fame's getting pretty bloated really fast.
It's already thin, man.
Like in the 1980s, I think a guy had 1,000 points in a season. Gretzky's still accumulating secondary assists from the 1980s, and he hasn't played in years. Moving on. Carlos, what's your take on Fanatics doing live sports card content? I'm for it. Not only because of the Fanatics overlords, but because it will freak people out.
Yep.
No, like seriously,
Pitch and forks are getting ready. Man.
I'm looking forward to it.
People are already saying Whatnot's dead.
First thing I thought, I was
Yeah,
like, oh
like,
man.
this is
Question.
fantastic. Go, please.
If Fanatics does live breaks, do they get loaded cases?
Absolutely. Every case is a loaded case.
I mean, they do make them
mood.
after all. Like,
Backyard
isn't there
breaks.
little...
LFG,
Like
Bubbles. LFG. So, in all seriousness, like, number one, competition is good, but let's face it, Fanatics is a juggernaut. So if they throw all the marketing dollars, all the money at it, and also control the distribution and everything else on it, from the perspective of people using it, it could be okay, but it does mean the prices. I laugh because a lot of people are like, well, if they cut out the middleman, it's like, yeah, they'll just make more money. That isn't going to lower the price of the box. Just so you know,
No.
it's not going to lower it at all. It just means they get to pocket more of it.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna get everyone to save that money. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No.
It just means it goes directly to them instead of wasting it on the distributors. So, direct. Personally, though, to be honest, I don't care.
It doesn't mean you can't hire breakers for you to do it, as in work for Fanatics.
No, but that's the point, though, is that if Fanatics throws all its money at it, they can basically crush everybody else because Whatnot obviously is a player in the space. However, Whatnot can run out of money a lot faster than Fanatics can, number one. Number two, I've participated in a little bit of Whatnot stuff to try it out because it's one of those things you got to try it out just to see how you feel about it. But when you go and look at it, is that Whatnot is actually not a great platform. Like it's okay, but there's a lot of weird stuff that is clunky and doesn't really work the way you'd want it to. So I don't think it would be
I
too difficult for them to use the money, um, for them to
I
use the money
didn't
and build a better version of that platform and easily crush them. So
I
don't
didn't
know.
catch the announcement thing, and for those that watched or the explanation, whatever it was, could this just be simply like overthought here? And you know how Upper Deck has diamond dealers and like authorized breakers, right, to break
Yeah.
their product. Could this just be a situation where Fanatics is going to have authorized breakers or diamond dealers that are authorized to do breaks of their product, but then they're creating the platform? Like there used to be, probably it's still there, but a website called Breakers TV. It's kind of or a Whatnot or a Card Shop. It's just the online platform where the authorized breakers would be there as Fanatics authorized, breaks happening. Is that the situation, or is Fanatics themselves going to be like controlling all of the break aspect of it?
Sorry, I missed the tail end of that. Could you repeat that? Just the tail
Is
end
this
part.
going to be a situation where they have like authorized breakers or authorized
Yes.
dealers
I believe
doing
so.
breaks on their platform?
I believe so.
Or is so it's just like
It's
Upper
an
Deck,
it's an
except
opinion piece, but I believe the answer is yes. I believe the answer will be
Yeah.
yes.
so it's kind of like what Upper Deck does with their breakers, except Fanatics is going to provide a website platform to do the breaks on.
Yeah, like the way I'm looking at it is, I think it's just Fanatics. Fanatics basically just taking it to the next level of controlling every aspect of the front to back. And Neo kind of alluded to it in his video, and I agree with him. I think it's Fanatics wanting to take every single piece of the food chain, right from the manufacturing. They'll do their own distribution. They'll have breaking to provide the product. They'll have a platform. If you want to sell it later down the road, Fanatics will eventually have a marketplace guaranteed. Like they'll have something to compete with the eBays of the world. eBay's trying to do eBay Live. Whatnot is out there. Everybody's trying to get in on this version of it as another avenue to sell stuff. Well, Fanatics can get all these little different cuts. The more things are involved in, the more pies they've got their hands into. They can take a little cut of this, a little cut of that. They can do their own auctions. They can do their own marketplace, buy it nows, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And take a little off the top, a little off the side, and a little off the bottom. All of it. Every single component of it. And, you want the product? The only way you're going to do it is you have to be on our platform and open it what we say and the way we say it, and we'll provide you with the product. Otherwise, go get it on the secondary market and pay extra and charge your customers extra, and then they'll come to us anyway. That's my opinion. That's what I would think about. Card Hobbyist here says the Florida Panthers arena is literally in a swamp. Facts.
Most of Florida's in a swamp.
Bob Jackson says, did you enjoy them shooting pucks at surfboards, Eric? Oh, he loved it.
No, it was disgusting.
Loved it. Okay, real quick. Hockey 99 talking about hockey hobby stalwart. Carlos, what do you think of Ziggy No? I don't think about him. Giving bad advice. He always gives bad advice. And saying only rookie cards are valuable. That's a lack of knowledge. Well, he's a little new to the sports card thing. Doesn't know too much about it, so. I feel all the inserts and gold colors of cards is false. I think there's plenty of cards that are not rookie cards that have plenty of value. The 52 Topps Mantle is way more valuable than 51 Bowman. End of story. That's not a rookie card. By the way, 52 Topps, not a rookie card.
What?
Never been. Afraid not. Never been.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I never heard that before. This is
Me neither.
I still to this day will still hear people cite the 52 Topps as a rookie card. All
It is
the
the
time.
rookie card.
Yes, right. All the time. You can't be the fastest if you can't stay on your feet. True. Does Yannick have any Randy Johnson or Walker or Walker in Expos gear? Larry Walker.
I do. Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I have their rookie cards. I try actually to get most of these guys, especially the Hall of Famers, they're run with the Expo gear on, because there's one thing I do. Vladdy Guerrero, I have none of his card outside of the Expo uniform. And I'm Baltimore. Don't care. Like, I'm sure. Do you, Carlos, do you do Modano outside the star jersey or not whatsoever? Yeah, I know. That's not a card. I'm saying
No,
that.
I collect all his cards.
All of his cards came.
Yeah, I don't try to get everything literally, but no, his last year he played in Detroit. I've got Detroit cards.
Yeah, no, I try to. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just the Expo gear.
Yeah. I never cared about personally. For me, it's easy because Medano played most of his career except 1 year
Yeah,
in
basically.
Dallas or Minnesota. So like, no, sure, I'll take the Detroit ones. Yeah, no problem. Completely fine. Obviously, I'm not as interested in them. I won't rush to go get those first. If I've got two that I'm looking at, and one is a Playing Days Dallas Star card, and one is the Detroit card.
Like technically, do you still have a few to go get in the Red Wings apparel, or?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like I said, I won't run to go get them, but when I see one on eBay and the price is fair or something, yeah, okay, I'll take that one. Sure, I'll grab that one. I pick them off here and there as I see them. Everything Playing Days I prefer to get, even Detroit. If I can get Playing Days, I try to get it.
I actually have a cool little card to show quickly.
Sure.
If
Give me
you,
1 second. Let me
allow
just read a
me.
couple of
Yeah,
these
go
real
ahead.
quick. Just hang tight for 2 seconds. Brian Prop should be in the Hall of Fame. Absolutely. Bobby Smith, Patrick Marlowe, all of them. 1,000 plus points. Yes. Who do you actually have there, Eric?
Brian Prop, Bobby
Brian
Smith
Prop.
rookie cards.
All right, grab them. So they should be in the Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. And I don't know how old Hockey
Yes.
99 is, but I watched these guys play in the 80s, and Brian Prop especially was extremely dominant in Philadelphia.
Was he getting secondary assists like a Wayne Gretzky? Was he getting secondary assists from
I'm
the
not
bench,
talking to you
from the
anymore. You're
audience?
stupid.
Fanatics doing live breaks means even more one of ones being printed. I love it. Let's do it. I think there should be a product where every card is a one of one. I'm going to leave Ty's comments here. I'll scroll through. Live streaming is akin to HSN and live breaking. Yes. We called this development on here a few months ago. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Like it was always going to be part of it. Like I said, anything that'll make us some more money. Fanatics is going to bring in Golden to host a live sales show. Kenny at least has some experience. The problem is Don West is dead, unfortunately. So I don't think that's going to work.
All right.
Kenny can't carry it. Don West carried it. Kenny participated. It's not the same thing.
That right.
Yeah. I'm glad I decided to start completing the 63 Topps baseball set today. Well, good luck to you. What are the odds SCI becomes a live breaking channel one day? Ooh. No, I don't. He could try. He'd literally have to hire somebody to do it. Jeff, good old HOF, I don't think would be very good at it. Also, I don't know if it would be profitable at this point. Like starting something now, I think would be very difficult. So, Bobbles, let me throw this one at you. I know that we joke about you've got some friends that do that. We'll leave most of that out of it, but I'm just saying conceptually, live breaking is not an easy business to get into, and it's not an easy business to build up an audience to. One of the facts is, and like I said, just interject the pieces that you want. But a lot of these breakers do have certain whales that kind of help prop up the bottom line because that's huge for them. As long as they can maintain those whales, that keeps the lights on, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to get that when you're starting from scratch. So even somebody like Sports Card Investor who has an audience, but do you have an audience that contains enough people who have enough money who actually want to do, who aren't already doing it somewhere else for gambling for kicks, and suddenly they're coming to you when they can just get it elsewhere and other ones are already doing it?
Yeah, I mean, if you notice, most of your higher end product is smaller, like single pack boxes, like National Treasures. It's a single pack box, and then what is there, like 4 boxes per case. Flawless is a single pack box, single box per box with, a couple encased cards. Those products cost a hell of a lot of money, but they have likely 8 to 10 cards usually on average per box, and that's where the money flows in. Now, on the opposite end of that, those boxes also cost a lot more from distribution. That's where I think Fanatics is trying to pull the plug on that and get more of that in their pocket, because the breakers get accused of a lot of the excessive pricing, but it's actually the distribution that normally jacks the price up. And then they have to obviously have a bit on top of that. A lot of your bigger breakers have employees because sorting cards and shipping and all that stuff takes a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, it's not just cut and dry or profitable as folks think, because when things got, like, if it was 2017, maybe even 2018, someone like myself could buy into National Treasures it wasn't that expensive to get in a National Treasures case break. Today, those breaks are normally, I don't know about, right now, but during the pandemic, they were up in the 4 figures per break,
Mhm.
and I, hell, I'm not affording that. Most people I don't think are going to gamble that. So that's where, as you said, there's whales out there. There's a lot of rich folks in this hobby, not just buying your 52 manos. There's a lot of folks in this hobby that use cards breaking high end breaks as an extended form of gambling.
Yeah.
You will see people in chat say, "Hey, no audio, I'm at the casino." They're literally at the casino gambling while in buying into breaks gambling, but they also have massive bank accounts. So them losing that thousands of dollars to us is like holy shit. To them, it's just another day doing their thing.
Yeah,
You know.
it's just another spin of the
So
roulette wheel. It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. It's just
yep.
that's why I say though. But those are the folks that keep it propped up. And
Right.
if
They
you
wouldn't
operate
have
a
been
lot,
able to fill the breaks.
yeah,
I mean, you think about it, there's 30 teams at least in a break unless they combo teams. And when your average spot price, even if it was random team and not even PYT, but when your average spot price on that, what was them cases going for, or boxes, like 5 figures for a box of NT and stuff at one point? You got 4 in a case. I mean, you're probably 30,000 plus. That's around $1,000 a spot. You
yep,
know, who the hell is going out there filling them breaks like that?
yep.
So
No, it's true. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. PK says, sad thing is people are going to have to do whatever Fnatic says or demands because they literally have no other choice. Comply or get laws. That's why I said they can strong arm people. They have the resources and the reach, and if they control enough of the components of it, you're not going to have a choice. Like I said, or you'll have to go in the secondary market, and you won't be able to be competitive. You won't be able to sustain that way. Dave Parker is a pirate only. Fair enough, Dave. Well, I guess Bobby
Cobra.
with 915 points should have a harder time getting it. Psh, he's on the outside.
You're banned.
Eric has
You're
him out.
blocked. You're blocked. You're banned. We won't.
They're just throwing it back at you. They're just throwing it back at you. You said
we
1,000
won't be-
points.
We will not be seeing him again in the chat. He's now banned and blocked for life.
Look, Bobby Orr. If Bobby Orr was half as good as you think he is, he would have gotten at least another 85 secondary assists. He could have just talked to a guy. That is correct. But Sawgrass area is filled with swampland. I'm sure SEI could break some select football. I heard he has some access to some of that. I think he's got cases of that stuff. He could probably get his hands on it. I bought into player breaks for Burley Autos at $5 to $8 a few times, but not touching those anymore. Fair. Let's see here. Yannick. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one. Scroll through here. Is Bobby Orr the Mike Trout of his sport? Shorter career injuries. He did win a championship, though. He did win a championship. Oh, he won 2? They gave him a second one? Oh, that's generous. I love it. Yeah, so he did win. He at least won something. If I'm banned, I'll at least like the video. That's right, Average Joe Car Collector. That's right. Correct. I like, though, that Bobby Orr was now compared to Mike Trout. Wow. No greater insult has ever been delivered on the show. That's a vicious takedown by Baz. Vicious. That was like an
That's
illegal
versatile.
blow.
war.
That was like an illegal blow.
I quit. I'm done. I'm not. I am leaving the show. I will not.
Who
sit
had a higher
this
war?
nonsense any longer, and I will not be a part of this.
A party to this is what you were looking for.
I don't want to party with any of you.
Well, the Purdy party
Aw.
ended last week, so
All a bunch of
it
stupid.
was a sad ending to the Purdy party, Bobbles. We were saddened. We were all looking forward to the Purdy party, and the Purdy party ended.
That was sad. So did my 100%.
It's just bad. Like I said, we'll do the Super Bowl predictions next week. We'll get there, but not this week. Yep, that's right. It's Bob Lewis, the Dave Parker Collector. You'll have to ask Bob Lewis.
So here's a fun question I had. I was thinking about it the other day, and just throwing this out there. I'm not comparing these guys to the players I'm going to mention,
Mike Trout to Bobby Orr.
but we just came off the Bengals Chiefs playoff game, and you had the Burrow Mahomes, and there was a lot of talk about that because Chiefs finally beat Joe Burrow since he's been the starter or whatever.
Yeah.
Could we be seeing a second coming. And again, I'm not saying Burrow and Mahomes are these players, but I remember watching these battles, and it was like the kryptonite and all that. But
Brady and Manning.
Brady and Manning. Could that be the second coming of Brady and Manning with the competition and the little rivalry or whatever for the playoff success at that with Mahomes and Burrow? You do have other guys now playing a part in it though with Allen and
Yeah.
those characters. So
I think that's the so I like the concept. I think the only thing that messes it up is that I feel like I really do feel like legitimately that we have a lot of parity in the NFL. I feel like Mahomes is the only one who's been in a position to distinguish himself because the team they built is really good. He's got really good weapons. He's got a great skill set. Like there's a lot of things he can do extremely well. A little bit's going to be luck. A little bit is going to be can they keep the salary cap and make it work over. That's why I said there could be right now there is a window where they're right at the top of the food chain. They've got an opportunity every year. They've got a legit shot. That's not going to last forever. There's going to be a point at which they're going to have to figure out how to retool and rebuild and figure out how to do it. But then there's other teams that can rise. This year, the Eagles are there. Before the season started, who picked the Eagles to be in the Super Bowl this year?
well, I was more specifically talking in like that AFC thing, which is why I mentioned
Yeah,
you do have Allen and Herbert and all that, but to getting to the Super Bowl, that Brady Manning thing, because they were always battling out that AFC Championship game, and now 2 years in a row we've had the Burrow Mahomes thing, So it was kind of an interesting, thought I was thinking about. Are we having
No,
the second
you're
coming
you're, you're
now?
out on Lamar. No hope for Lamar.
The Ravens. It's not that I don't like Lamar. It's just the Ravens. I don't know why they cannot get a wide receiver core, and he needs a wide receiver core.
Right.
I mean,
I'm just
he
going
can't
to be
just
curious
run the
though.
ball.
Yeah, I'm just going to be curious though if there isn't an because the Jaguars are showing some promise. They may potentially be on the rise. I feel like there's a couple of teams there who aren't there yet, who are not there right now, but a couple of good drafts, a couple of good free agent pickups, and then all of a sudden that AFC becomes a bit of a dogfight, and there's a couple of teams there that have a chance to cause problems for that. I would love to see the rivalry. The rivalry would be fun, but there could be a couple of monkey wrenches in there if some teams are able to build up the right franchises, the right teams. Because I don't think anybody really separated themselves that much to the point that they're like, oh, this is the prohibitive. They're still the favorites, but not like the gap isn't so big that no one could ever catch them or get them on the right night or the right week.
Right, and that's why I made sure to state I wasn't comparing them to the guys, because I don't see either one of them. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I don't see either one of them winning 7 Super Bowls like Brady did.
Yeah.
But that little tit for tat each year, who was going to make it between Manning and Brady, and it was fun to watch. I didn't really root for either one of them, but you knew it was always going to be coming down to one of those two usually. So
Makes sense. Let's see here. Paul says still didn't get the Pro Bowl predictions. I predict pain. Hockey99 says, Eric, you have a big collection. Debatable. How do you not cross the line of spending too much on cards? He spends it all on the like button.
Well, I think it's a good question, and I think I have 2 reasons. One is I'm a collector and not an investor. We've seen over the last couple of years, I've talked about it on this platform several times, that investors came in, they dropped thousands and thousands of dollars with this idea that somehow they were going to get even thousands more back in the future, and it all blew up. No, I'm not a hashtag investor.
That's what you did with your Reggie Lemons. It's just
No,
they
I
didn't
did
go
no,
up.
No, well, all right.
It's hashtag investment.
I do have the largest Reggie Lemlin collection in the world, and I know that's going to pay off big time for me someday.
So you're saying you are hashtag investing?
Because, well, I'm a hashtag Reggie Lemlin investor because, I mean, that's going to make me a lot of money someday. But I never overpay for anything. I know what stuff is worth, and I will not overpay. I'm not trying to invest. I collect. I want things in my collection. So I'm very frugal. I will not blow money, waste money, or overpay for something. I'm not an investor. The second
Just
thing
wait.
is, unless it's Reggie Lemon, and then I invest because
Well,
I
me and Carlos and Bubbles
Millions.
just bought all the Reggie Lemon there's left.
I am going to make millions off my Reggie Lemon collection someday. And so the other thing is, I have a very, very open, honest, and transparent financial relationship with my wife, and neither one of us make large purchases without talking to the other one first. So
You mean she decides your allowance?
well, mom decides my allowance.
I was gonna say
Yeah, mom decides my allowance.
facts.
But you know, we talk about, and you know, if when I go to Toronto is where I really spend a big chunk of change every year. That's all discussed and predetermined, and I think that's how you have to do it.
I think Eric ran out of money on day 2.
And I
So-
called and I said, "May I please have some more?" And the answer was yes.
Please, madam, may I
And
have some
then-
more?
Yeah, and then I made a deal with Corey, and Corey gave me all that. He had a whole pocket full of that silly Monopoly money of yours, and I gave him some PayPal stuff for real money, and I was off and running again.
You gave him yen? Look at you.
Yeah, yep. I gave
So-
him
Canadian yen.
Monopoly money.
Hmm,
One
interesting.
question about what you said, because you said that you know what stuff is worth. Is that worth? Because when I see your collection, and everybody collects differently, so don't
Right.
take this the wrong way, and don't anybody out there try to say, "Oh, well, no." Like, we all do things differently. But think of your collection as like, and I'm not degrading your collection, but like knickknacks, right?
Can I degrade his collection? Because
Somebody
we're
goes
not
out
gonna-
and they
It's
buy
expected.
knickknacks. No, they buy knickknacks and they display them or whatever, right?
Okay.
But then you
Yep,
said you know what things are worth.
right.
Isn't that what they're worth to you? Like it's not necessarily what the comps are. It's somebody's asking $200 for this. Do I value this myself as $200? Because you're not looking to sell it. So, if you agree that it's valued that to you, it's not what Beckett says or what eBay says or whatever
Yeah, I
market
don't keep
movers.
comps in my.
It's what Eric says. It's Eric's value. So I just want to make sure that's what you were talking about, because
No, you're 100% correct, and I think that's the majority. But I also know, because I've been only collecting vintage hockey since 1988, when I was 14 years old, I have a general idea of what things are worth in this niche of the hobby.
right.
So if I went someplace and they pulled something out and they said, "Oh, this is worth $500," before even my sense of sensibilities come in and say, "No, I'm not going to pay that," I already know that's not close to worth $500 because I've been doing this for so long.
Right.
Then
But if it's a
So it's a combination of both. But you're right. I
it's
don't
more
do comps.
pieces too. You're going to value something more if it's a piece that's more difficult to get,
Yes.
even though it might be a lesser known or whatever player. But if you need it for your set that you're building the autographs or whatever, and you're like, hey, this guy's passed on, he didn't sign much, I need this.
Yes.
You're also going to value that a little bit more than maybe somebody else would. Somebody else may be like, I don't know who the hell that is. You're excited because you need to add that piece to the puzzle. So
Yeah.
And all this very responsible talk is all undermined because as soon as the negotiations begin, they slide the chocolate stick to the other side of the table, and Eric is like, "I will give you whatever you ask." But I haven't even say no more.
That definitely happens here locally when I go to shows.
Just saying.
They trick me with that all the time.
I'm just
But
saying.
thankfully, there's no Dunkin' Donuts in Canada and no chocolate sticks, so I have my wits about me when I'm up there making deals.
It's okay.
I think we can arrange an import.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
But
a
locally,
few tweaks
oh,
to NAFTA, and we can make this happen.
I can't even tell you how many times locally they just thought, look at this, and next
I
thing you know,
can I can probably get a Dunkin' Donut here in about 90-minute drive. I'm there.
Interesting. All right, Let me read a couple of these comments here. Did Denver put themselves back in contention with the new coach? God, no. That team's still terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They got to do a
think-
rebuild.
Yeah. So Baz here says, I think collectors were actually too nice to flippers. We would have booted them out of the hobby. Collectors didn't boot anybody out of the hobby. They don't have any control over it. If they right now, if the market suddenly flipped and there was money back in it, the flippers would be back in 3 seconds. And by the way, there's still flippers who are hanging around anyway. They're not going anywhere. There have been flippers in every iteration of the hobby since value was a thing. Since the first dollar was exchanged for a card, flippers have existed. And that goes back a very long way. Full-time dealers go back to the mid-70s. That's why I joke whenever a lot of the pure collectors keep trying to say things like, listen to me. Unless you are telling me that you're at the minimum pushing your 60s, you have never lived in a world in which a full-time dealer did not exist. You have to be in your 60s for that. And considering the fact that there were price guides, early iterative price guides going back even further than that, you were not alive when people were not evaluating the relative value of certain. The hobby was smaller, the market was smaller, things were more difficult to move around, but people had relative senses of value on these cards. Why would they have they're pieces of cardboard? Why would they have relative sense of value? They had comparativeness. Honus Wagner was worth more than the average T206 cards fairly early on once people realized that was a tougher card to come by compared to the other ones. And once they realized that and somebody wanted to exchange money for it, they were willing to pay. Even those early price guides valued a Honus Wagner as more than the average tobacco card.
My kind of thought when people ask about, collectors versus flippers and / investors, it's they can ask whatever it's like eBay. They can ask whatever price they want. They can put a 25-cent common card up and ask for $2,000. It's us, the collectors, who really dictate how much something is worth. If someone tomorrow goes on eBay and hits, some multi-millionaire hits a buy it now and buys that 25-cent card for $2,000, that card is now worth $2,000. So whose fault is it? The person who's like, I'm just going to ask stupid money and see if there's any idiots out there, or the idiots who actually hand them the money? If the collectors all got together and said, we're not going to spend that much for that, the highest you're going to get offered from us is $100, then that's it.
It wasn't but just a few years ago, not too terribly long ago, that the old saying used to be when somebody would ask, hey, do you know what this is worth? You would get told, whatever somebody will pay for it.
That is correct.
Yep.
That is correct.
Spall here says, Eric, maybe collaborate with Dustin on financial planning and marital bliss. Might have to be the case. What do you guys consider a large, I'm assuming this is large purchase with the wife, totally understanding his family is different. The second sentence is the key.
Oh, yeah.
What is considered a large purchase is relative to you. If you've got a lot of money, then a lot more than somebody who has less.
A large purchase is something that is going to affect you financially. It could affect you a little, or it could affect you a lot. But if I buy a $5 card, that is not going to affect my finances in any way. If I buy a $5,000 card, that is greatly going to affect my finances.
What if you buy $1,005 cards?
No, she said I can do that. She said that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. And with money left over for the like button and a chocolate stick. Love it. We're all investors. We invest in our happiness. Look at you being philosophical, Michael Ham. Look at you. Eric, if you'd stayed single, you would have been able to buy all the cards. Mama don't know can't hurt her. A wife is a different story.
What Mama don't know can't hurt her. That sounds like the water boy.
I think Carlos goes over the line. He has way too many Medina cards. Nobody needs that many cards of a player. I can stop anytime I want. Moving on. It's all a balance. Spend more on your wife than yourself. Sleeping well at night is worth a lot. 3, you can't take it with you.
Yeah, that's all great advice. Can't argue with any of that.
I feel like though, if you set it up right, you could do like the Egyptians and you build like the entire
Yes.
thing where like all your earthly possessions are around you. So maybe you could take it with you.
I asked her about that. She said no.
Valid. Well, I guess plan B: roll you a bit of carpet and throw you off a bridge.
I think
Dealers
that's
aren't
her
flipping.
plan. I'm pretty sure that's her plan A.
That's what I'm saying. Like I got an early copy. I made some adjustments to it. We put it in a nicer font, notarized the top. Game plan done.
What do I care? I'm dead.
That's right. Dealers aren't flippers. I'm talking about the flippers who came to the hobby in 2019 and 2020 onward. The flippers have always, like I said, the flippers have always existed. Those ones came and then they left, but they only left because the money left. And then as soon as the money comes back, they'll come back. And by the way, a lot of the collectors, they flip too. I went to the expo and I bought cards that I flipped. And I bought cards with the intention of flipping it. And I was successful because I bought it at a good price and immediately, I literally went on eBay and sold them for twice as much as I bought it for. I've done it for years, all the time. It's very easy to do, even in the leaner years. It's very easy to do. It's easy, piece of cake.
And just my opinion, I don't have a problem with that. The thing that most people took offense to in the last 3 years are people that have no interest in any of this. They do not care about any of it. They heard on the news report that cards became valuable during the pandemic, and they jumped in with both feet and large wallets and took advantage, some would say, took as much money out of the hobby as they could and then ran. So that's what a lot of people don't like.
Yeah.
I have no problem with somebody who has been in the hobby forever selling cards so they could then take that money and then reinvest in more.
Mhm.
That's just smart.
No, I get it. But look, here's the thing. I don't put the qualifier. I don't care.
I
If
know
somebody
you don't.
if somebody doesn't give a crap about cards and they come in and buy and sell, cool. Somebody has to buy it. If there's another end of the transaction, that's your real issue. I'm sorry. I'm perfectly 100% okay with the person who genuinely doesn't give a crap about the hobby selling the card for 5,000 times what they bought it for. I don't give a crap. If you buy it, then you've agreed to this transaction.
Yeah, no, I said that earlier. Absolutely.
you were cool with it.
which-
And the
I
reason
tell you
why,
this,
don't
though,
care.
as we discussed many times, I've spent, especially during the pandemic, spent many, 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 many hours a day in Clubhouse when it first was kind of a popular thing, and there would be 100 people in there. The people that were coming in looking to, like they were like pollsters. They were coming in looking for information from us. They would openly say, "We don't care about this." It was just, it didn't feel right. We felt insulted, invaded upon, disrespected by some of these people and their attitudes, and in conversations when they would say, "No, I don't like any of this stuff. Is stupid," but I just made $5,000 last week. Then it's like, well, go F yourself then. We don't want you around. So it's not every single person, and it's but there were some that we just did not appreciate being around. That's
So there's a couple ways to look at it. So it was silly, some of the stuff that was being verbally said out there. It was silly, some of the activities that were going on. The notions kind of screwed up the ecosystem, so to speak, with the wax flipping and other stuff that was going on. The cards and the prices, if you had been around, you knew that it was unsustainable. It was no secret, right? And you
Right.
could sit back and be like, what the hell are these people doing? But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and critique or criticize them or whatever, because I'm also not going to sit and lie and say I didn't take advantage of it while the kettle was hot. Because as y'all said and announced too, if people are going to pay it, okay. I wouldn't had the Ruth and several other of the larger cards I bought if I wasn't selling Prism base rookie cards of Darius Baisley for $20+ a piece when I had stacks of them. I had stuff sitting here that likely would have never ever moved. So if you took advantage of the opportunity while it was happening, I'm also, did it suck? Yeah.
But you're
Was it a
still
crazy
here. I
period?
don't think you did anything wrong. You sold cards to people who were willing to
Oh.
spend money, and then you
I get the hell out of
reinvested,
whatever.
and you're
that kind of
still
stuff.
here.
I didn't
Like-
want it. It was sitting in boxes. Might as well make it,
Right.
put it to use.
I got no problem. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. That's what you should be doing.
Yeah,
Sell
I
it.
think,
Well,
I think
that's what I'm
though. I
saying,
think the
that-
core.
Yes.
I think the core side point though, and this is a philosophical thing, really, what it comes down to. Eric represents a large chunk, and Baz in the same boat. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. But I'm being very consistent with the ethos of the direction I've taken the channel. I don't give a crap why you did it. I'm not interested in your motives. I didn't interview. I didn't ask you. I don't care. The why is irrelevant to me. Oh, but I'm going to be gone the next day. Cool, man. That's great. Sounds good. Whatever. So $10? If you have something that I want and it's a price that I'm good with, I don't care what you're going to do. When I'm selling cards, because I've sold cards, I hate, I have no intention of doing anything with this card. There's always the people that are like, oh, this is my personal collection and it'll be my prized possession. This whole thing is like, cool, man. I'm still charging you the same price. But I'm a real cook. That's great, man. Good to hear. After I sell it to you, I don't give a crap what you do. You could be like, oh, I hate this fucker. I'm going to burn this card. Cool, man. That's great. It's a one-on-one. Don't care. If you pay the price, whatever. Do whatever you want with it. I'm not precious about that. I don't care. It's of no interest to me whatsoever. Like I said, once I've made that deal and transaction, it's like, it's not mine anymore. It's your property. You do with it as you will. Well, when that person's selling it, it's their property. You're the buyer. You would like to make it your property. So we got to come up with an arrangement. But the purity of your intentions are of no interest or concern to me.
I'll put it out there. It kind of blends in with this topic. I acknowledge, accept, and fully, will state that I am a professional Jason Robertson pumper.
And addicted to money.
But I've literally had people message. I don't know if he's in here. Jeff messaged me and was in my eBay store searching for Jason Robertson to see if I had any Robertson. And I said, look, dude, people say I'm a pumper, but nobody's accused me of a dumper. However, there has been an individual, I'm not throwing names out there, I'm not going to name drop, that has emailed me several times regarding this card right here. And they want me to put a price on it. And I've said, it's not up, I don't have it up for sale. It's not in the open market. If you're that interested in it, throw me a number. Throw me what you want to pay for it. And then I'll either laugh at you, or if it's enough, I will allow you to grace its presence.
What? Hold on. Whoa.
You said it really well, Bubbles.
Whoa. I like the arrogant turn this took. We start off with Bobbles and his faux gold chain and all this stuff. Hold on. I need a moment to level set. I need a moment to reset here. Let's all settle down for 1 second.
Let's replay this.
Andy, help me out here. I am not used to this level of incredible arrogance on the show. We are full of humility over here. I don't know what's going on, man.
I see the chain. I don't know what I walked into here.
Listen, none of us do.
You missed the glasses, Andy, and the backwards. I even had it. I think I had it the right angle on the backwards top hat. I think it was the right angle. I was cool for 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to be a professional Jason Robertson pumper, you got to look the part.
Yep.
Yep.
There you go.
It's valid. Things are taking an interesting turn, Andy. Good timing by you. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, man. Just been watching my nephew play some high school basketball. They stream the game, so I'm able to watch it from home. And they got crushed tonight, but it was still fun to watch.
That's good. Yeah, I was chatting with you earlier, and I'm glad you popped in to hang out. So that was perfect. We did chat a little bit about the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame, the infamous YouTube one. We did congratulate. We had Lou Rock here earlier tonight, and a couple of different folks that popped in. So we had some YouTube Hall of Famers hanging out in the chat a little bit as well. We did congratulate the new folks that got in there, and also Bobbles got some votes, which is great. The channel actually picked up Amish Dave. Also, I want to acknowledge here. Good evening, Dave. So Amish Dave had quite a little surge of up the little thing. We got a chance to take a look at the chart and see all the votes and everything.
Yeah, he was really close. I think he was like
he
in
did
top
well.
7
I'll
or
pull
8.
it up here real quick because just a refresher for folks that tuned in later, because I know we picked up some folks as the evening's gone on here. We did look at it a little earlier, but so right at the top you got the folks that got in this round. So you got Lou Rock there at the top, Reindeer Studios, Elite Hunters, Pigger Jim S, and then Brad 8671, good buddy of the channel, and we had him on prior to, so our timing was fortuitous, talking a little football. So good on all of them, all of the above. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to Brad as well, of course. And then, like I said, just outside of that window, Jimmy Guns, and then Dave is literally just right behind there, like right inside of that top 8. You know, just inside the top 10.
Yeah, I get there must have been like a lot of videos that were submitted that I didn't watch because out of the ones that I watched, Dave was on most of them.
Yeah. Well, total what we have here is 123 ballots. Like a lot of ballots, man. That is a lot of videos.
Yeah, I didn't watch 123, so
Yeah.
there's
That's why I say, like, I appreciate, and I gave his credit, and I also posted on the video itself. I gave Jake his credit. That's a lot of work, man, and like it's a lot of compiling data. The spreadsheet is very thorough. It's got a lot of information. You can see how many votes were picked up, how many people voted for which. Like it's a lot of information. And also, did you see the website?
Yes, I saw the website. Yeah.
It's like, so you're on it as well. So it's like you have been immortalized in digital form.
Yeah, it's something, isn't it?
Along with the illustrious Bob Lewis.
Yeah,
Are
like
they going to create NFTs?
ooh. I mean,
I did also mention one that I picked, one that I specifically called out because, like I said, I was very grateful to the folks that took the time. Like I said, I make fun of the silliness of it because it is silly. But to be fair, we even had a couple folks in the chat that said, "Oh, I found your channel because of the thing." It's like, well, then I guess it did help promote some channels, so that was good.
yeah, and I was looking. I'd looked at the spreadsheet earlier as well, and one thing that I noticed, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, but some of the this is a small group of people relatively that do this, right?
Yeah.
The really big popular channels are not that popular in this group apparently. Because like I mean some of the biggest channels got like maybe 2 votes, 1 vote.
Yeah. Well, I gave the
I have
analogy.
more than Card Collector 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but Card Collector 2, but Card Collector 2 is another good example of what I said. He has a business. They've built a YouTube channel that's designed to help out the business. He does very well for his stuff. That doesn't mean that people that watch you are also on YouTube regularly making content. There's a lot of folks that are just like, oh, it's Card Collector 2. I see him at shows. I say hello and whatever. And I enjoy watching the content. I write in the comments section, all that. But that's the limit of my participation. That's why I gave that Zeri example. Card Collector 2 is around, but it's not like he's actively seeking out, like, oh, hold on, let me collaborate with every channel in creation. It's like, he's got a business to run. Like, the YouTube channel is an extension of his business. The primary purpose here is to help drive traffic and money into the business so that he can keep operating as a business.
Yeah, and the way I look at the whole thing, this whole Hall of Fame thing, like those channels, I mean, you got to give it up to some of those guys that they have big channels, great channels, but this is not really for them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I thought what I mentioned earlier tonight, one of the comments said that I already talked about the fatal flaw of this was calling it a Hall of Fame. For a lot of people, that gives a certain connotation in their brain. It's hard to get outside of that thought process. But it's almost like a community, it's almost like a community choice awards, like in a community appreciation award. You're basically saying what channels you enjoy for whatever reason, and you're kind of shouting them out in that way. Like calling it something else that was equivalent probably would have caused a lot less issue, a lot less confusion and consternation with some folks.
Yeah, and also like I think if no matter how good or how big your channel is, like if you don't interact with a lot of the people that are going to be voting, they're not going to vote for you. That's just the way it is. Like if you're just only about your channel, and that's, they're just not going to vote for people like that.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's right. We only care about this channel. So Andy, get the hell out of here.
Hey, I voted for this channel.
All right, you can stay. Never mind.
Terrible. But I did mention the one that I shouted out, as I said that Stove had a ballot that I enjoyed.
Yeah, there was some interesting ones that I did watch. They were very creative. Like it wasn't just like like I did, where you just have like a few little note cards and you're talking a little bit. They did some really creative stuff. So yeah, props to those channels that got creative with it.
I think that's very true. Very true.
It's like anything else. It's always as much as you put in effort, right? Wise, if you, if you don't comment, if you don't contribute in that certain way or watch these channels, you'll obviously never hear of it, or people won't necessarily trying to watch your stuff or comment on what you make. So it's a given. I get it.
This is a statement of fact. This is true. And
Yes,
I did call out Mike's thing and included a clip.
There you go.
Mike will vote for channels that he thinks are worthy and good channels. He doesn't really he doesn't take his personal opinions of people into account. I think he just he's probably one of the more unbiased voters, I would think.
What are you trying to say?
He's such a big Hall of Fame.
We are here. We are here to love everyone, Andy. Men of peace. Do you not understand? What do you not understand? Men of peace.
I understand.
I don't know what you're alluding to, sir. I'm not sure what you're suggesting. But yes, it is true. Mike did vote for this channel, and we appreciate it. Also, check your email. I might have sent you, Mike Baseball Collector, an email.
Ooh.
Yes. I'm just glad there's no war calculation for YouTube Hall of Fame nominees. Oh, Lord knows. I can't even imagine the horror. Well, we already had the discussion. We figure Bob Lewis has a negative YouTube Hall of Fame war.
Yeah, I think that's actually been proven.
Yeah, it's pretty much a verifiable fact.
I think you did not consider war a thing, Carlos.
Well, I try not to consider war a thing, but unfortunately, people keep using it. They keep citing this thing, and they're like,
It's a stat.
Yeah, but but it's a stat that we can make up. Like, look, this stat still believes Mike Trout is actually a good baseball player. Like, it's not true, but it tries. Tries real hard.
So how much more would we get if you were to replace Bob by another YouTube Hall of Famer?
I'm trying to figure out. Look, here's the thing. One of the biggest jokes of the whole war thing is we've got it based on we have to come up with a replacement level player.
That's it.
So what is a replacement level YouTuber?
If you replace Bob Lewis, how much more your same player will perform?
I'm right there with Bob. Like, I have a negative war. I mean, like, a replacement channel would do much better than I would do. So,
but here's the question though: what is the bar of a replacement level channel? That's the part I'm trying to figure out. Like, what's the bar of that?
I have some in mind, but I won't say that.
It's like, this will be the bar.
I have a replacement level in mind. Nah, I won't say it.
There you go. The Hall of Fame is for collected by collected. Yes. Is this the one that you were enjoying so much, Eric? Is this where you were?
I think Dave saying that he loves all content creators is.
He is also a man of peace and distinction.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all day.
That is a lie that I was willing to perpetuate. I mean, go on.
Oh my God! I just hope that his wonderful family is standing nowhere near him because he is about to get hit with a bolt of lightning.
Wow. He's questioning Dave's man of peace status here. This is very sad. This is a very sad turn of events.
Now imagine Dave getting hit with that lightning and him get going on air, Tuesday at 8:30, and his hair is just like standing straight up.
He's literally done that. That's been a show that he's done.
Yeah.
How's that different from normal?
It's like this big now. He can't blink.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Do not stand next to Dave.
I like this one. Bob Lewis's chair has more war than Bob Lewis does. This is facts. Replace Bob Lewis with Eric. We said replacement level. We got to at least get to replacement level.
That's just Bob Lewis is on another planet than me.
This is facts. I got at least one vote that I know of. I suggested that a number be used to locate the nomination videos. There you go. Yeah, I just used the one that's on your channel, Mike. I'm assuming then it's out of date. Gonzalez Nut?
No, that's it.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I sent an email to that one, so I don't know what to tell you. Check your spam. Check your spam folder. Hall of Fame was fun, and I voted for Michael Ham. There you go. I voted for Eric myself. Facts, Bob. Hope he gets. I hope he's not the Pete Rose of the Hall of Fame. Well, Pete Rose does not actually get votes. By definition, Dave has already done much better than Pete Rose. Substantially better. I think it's fair to say. Once you turn your phone the correct way to film a video, you can reach replacement level. Ooh, I like it. I like it. All right. I like it. All right. Will do. Sounds good. But yeah, I thought it was overall I was shocked at how many ballots there were. Once I saw that list, I was like, holy crap. And I think like 170 videos got at least one vote. Sorry, 170 channels got at least one vote. I was like, that's a lot. And a bunch of them I had never heard of. So I was like, okay, well, that's interesting.
Oh, there's a lot of channels I never even heard.
Yeah. That's why I was like, okay, well, whatever. I guess that's great. It worked out from that perspective. Like I said, the proof is in the pudding. I just took a look and I saw that, in fact, there were a lot of subscriptions that came about right around that same time. So I was like, okay, cool, man. That sounds good. Can't complain about that at that point.
About pudding. We're getting pudding.
You are not getting pudding. You do not need pudding.
You don't deserve the pudding.
Like, you have not earned the... What have you done to earn pudding?
Oh, I just like pudding.
Do you like pudding more or less than chocolate sticks? Make up your goddamn mind.
Nothing's better than chocolate sticks, but pudding's pretty good.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you cannot
You
commit.
dip the chocolate stick in the chocolate pudding. You're just happy for days.
Terrible. Just terrible. VAR, Views Above Replacement, created by Michael Ham. Yes, Michael Ham. Love it. Michael Ham, best show videos. They are top tier, top quality. Carlos, why do people value French hockey cards more than English releases? Because Yannick told them to. Seems legit reason.
The back of an O-Pee-Chee card for us.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again?
Read the back of an O-Pee-Chee card for us.
Seriously? Hang on.
All right, while you're doing that, let me finish reading. Eric is a pudding head. Facts.
I know you are, but what am I?
That was a comeback for the ages right there, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm trying to compete with the show videos. Yes. Print runs are allegedly lower. They are. And Yannick's still working on the Peachy one, so we got caught up. Perfect. But yes. So we did go over that one. There was one other one that I wanted to talk about here. I'm just trying to take a look. What was it?
I want Yannick to. All right,
That
Yannick,
thing
go ahead.
even
Keep it
focusing
back.
or not? Anyway.
All right.
The back says it's Patrick Waugh's second year.
Yep.
And it basically talks about his goal against average. So, dans la Ligue nationale l'an dernier, sa moyenne de buts contre 2,93 fut la deuxième meilleure après celle de son coéquipier Brian Hayward.
See,
So
French
to
is
say that in English, Patrick's 293 goal against average was second best teammate Brian Hayward in NHL's last season.
See, French
But if you notice, there was no Brian Hayward in the English side.
Yes, it was. It says right at the beginning. Patrick's
sorry.
293 goal against average was second best to teammates Brian Hayward.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Anyway,
But you know what the best part is? I think it was
that's
like
how I learned English back in the day.
I thought it was like
Seriously.
it was like a comedy skit show where somebody did the English and the French, but then they had the person who did the French. So the English would be like a 10-second explanation of something on the airline, and then the French one would go on for like a minute and a half, and it would be like, they're definitely telling them something else. There's definitely more information.
exactly.
Yeah,
relayed.
usually.
Peachy cod must be a new species. There you go.
I didn't say O-Pee-Chee cod. I say O-Pee-Chee cod.
God.
Oh, now we're bringing in the Boston accent. Look at you. Good evening, John. We're getting all the folks tonight. There you go. So perfect. Let me scan through here. So
I
now,
got a
Andy,
cool
what
one
disappoints me is now that YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame season is over. What are we going to get mad about now? We're going to have to find something else.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that people will find something.
Well, Eric
it'll-
usually gets mad just in general, so like I'm
I
not
still
counting
hate-
him. He'll be fine. He can figure
I
something out on
still
his own.
hate Brad. That
That's the
hasn't
thing.
changed.
it's probably
still
going to
hate
be the usual suspects. You know, the manufacturers, the grading companies. Maybe somebody will put out a video that rubs people the wrong way. It'll be something. I wouldn't
Yeah.
worry too much.
Yeah, it's always something, you know.
Yeah, it'll be something.
Well, look, that's I built the entire thing. The logo literally says "Praise the Content God," so I just kind of sit back and wait. My moment will come. I just wait, just chill. It'll come to us.
Yeah, people that participate in the hobby are generally not happy people. So they'll be upset
That
about
sums
something.
it up.
There's a little bit of anger out there. A little bit. I've seen it. He said, "Seriously, Eric is in rare form tonight." Facts. I
Yep.
know,
So I, just to show my anger of the things that I hate. I hate Bob Jackson. He's a huge jerk, and he can go screw himself.
Mm.
I hate Brad. He trims cards and gives grades, PSA grades to cards starting at 11.
Mm.
I hate Beckett because every single thing they do is wrong. You know, I just got a lot of anger and hate.
Which
You're in the right place.
Interesting.
really?
Again, Andy, I don't understand what you're implying. Which
I'm
part
just
of
saying
Better
the
Piece?
hobby. You're in the right place. The hobby.
I was gonna say, it. Jeez. I thought we were back. I was back to having to explain the meta piece thing.
No. The hobby. The hobby. is
All right.
Where all that stuff happens.
So Eric hates me and Brad. Good company to have. Facts, Bob. Facts.
Yeah, but I only said Brad can go screw. I'm sorry that Bob is the one that can go screw himself. Go screw you, Bob.
Mm.
Where's your sign, Eric?
I don't think Bob deserves the sign.
No, not tonight.
No, not tonight.
It's a weird angle that you take on this, where sometimes it's like he doesn't deserve the sign. This is a very interesting way for you to say you don't know where the sign is.
I know where the sign is.
Really?
I don't know.
The sign says long-haired freaky people.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Mm-hmm.
I'll find the sign.
So how long is the show now, Andy? Pearl Jam. Do they still pull a three-hour performance and then?
Yeah. So that show that was man. It's been several months back. I just posted it randomly
I know.
the other day. But yeah, it was an awesome show. Yeah,
And does
we played for a couple of hours.
Eddie still drinks a bottle of wine at least, or
I don't think he was drinking wine.
not anymore?
I don't think so.
Because he was a famous one
Is that
bottle
the sign?
plus wine drinker during a show. Red
Yeah,
wine
he-
usually.
He's a little bit older now, so he may have let him
Definitely.
off.
I would say a decade last time I saw them. So yeah, probably. See, I
Yeah.
used to drink. I don't anymore. So we all do. Chase.
They're still awesome, man.
Yeah, for sure.
He finally found the sign. Took a lot of work. He had to dig there pretty deep.
There you go.
Pretty deep, man. Amish Dave Archer says, this channel is not for haters and naysayers. This channel is for time, love, and tenderness.
Tenderness.
Oh my God,
It's true.
he is going to die.
The
God
man
gonna
is trying to
strike
speak
him down.
Zen into this world, and
Oh
you are
my
undermining.
God, God is going to strike him down.
We know what the Gordie Howe hat trick is. What's the Eric hat trick? Stuffing himself with chocolate sticks. But Bob Jackson's answer is chocolate stick, pudding, and causing a scene in a grocery store. That is the Eric hat trick. He's all by himself, just laughing in the corner there.
See,
Eric hate-
he's trying to kill me.
Probably. Eric hates good hockey teams. Turkey legs, raccoons, clam chowder, and priests. I like that he included priests. That's pretty good. What do you have against priests over there, Eric? I'm not a religious man, so I got a good excuse. What's your excuse?
Oh my God.
What are you going to say for yourself? You got no answers for that one?
I hate good hockey teams, turkey legs, raccoons, clam chowder, and priests. I hate raccoons, clam chowder, and priests. Turkey legs I like, but I just can't figure out how to get them.
Mm.
And I love my Bruins until they lose, and then I hate them.
I feel like you're missing the lead headline here. Why do you hate priests?
Tread lightly.
No, like that, not for my benefit. Like I said, I don't care one way or the other. You can set them on fire for fun, if for all I care. But I still would like to understand why. The why is what I'm curious about now.
I am a recovering Catholic, and I haven't slipped up in about 30 years. So I'm hoping that I'm gonna, keep going strong, stay in recovery.
I'm just curious how Baz was able to come up with that insight about you. I don't feel like that's been referenced on the show.
I don't recall, but if it has, he has a good memory. But not a fan of the archdiocese.
We're learning things. We're learning things today. Since Eric has been on here and I've sold any BVG cards on eBay, either people are taking his advice or my prices are too high. Maybe a little column A, maybe a little column B. Eric, when he uses the word angle, equals love, admiration, and fear of them disliking him and envy. Michael Ham, psychoanalyzing bougie Eric.
Listen, I've been psychoanalyzed by people.
You've been psychoanalyzed quite a bit.
Than him, against my will usually. But if they haven't figured me out, you're not gonna do it on a.
These
YouTube
professionals, they probably quit their job right after they were done with you. Said like, no more of this bullshit.
I feel like
you're
underestimating.
I was coming out of the hospital. They were going in. I messed them up.
I feel like you're underestimating Michael Ham's ability, his observational powers here. You're just not giving him a chance here. He might be onto something. John says, I hate jabs. I believe this. I believe this is a factual statement from you. I'm not sure how that came up outside of the general hate. That's what Andy, this is what I appreciate. Sometimes it'd be like, but look, the statement is accurate though. Like knowing what I do know about John's content and what John has said in the past, he does in fact hate jabs. So I believe that is true. It is a factual statement.
If I can hate Brad, you can hate jabs. I don't care.
Sure.
Yep. Some of us are Catholic and priest jokes are shared daily. As you should. Book my hotel room for the National. Prices went up literally overnight. A bunch of hotels are selling out for those dates. Going to be a busy show. Yes. If you're booking a hotel, it's going to be very expensive. Indeed.
I checked where I booked and there's nothing available if you want a room now, basically.
Yeah. I'm sure you can find one. Carlos, why is there floating head testimonial on the tag website? Hypocrisy. The testimonial was when he wasn't employed by tag. But it's still on there because they don't have anyone who can update websites. The AI machine hasn't gotten updated the website yet. But he remains a testimonial who also happens to work there. That's not a conflict at all.
I have to say that probably should come down.
It actually really should. It's actually a really bad look when it's like he literally works there.
Yeah,
so he should probably not be a testimonial for the product.
Unless the testimonial is, and just
spitball. The pay's great. Hey guys, the pay's great.
And I haven't seen it. Does it say something like, before I was an employee here?
No.
And I fell in love with the company and I asked to join, and now I'm a member and I'm so happy. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but if it's just him saying tag is fantastic, then yeah, maybe there's an issue there.
You sounded like his lawyer there.
We appreciate your efforts.
Anybody can be a lawyer in Canada. Come on.
Tag is the truest and most sophisticated automatic grading system in the sports card hobby. They have also addressed and perfected every step of the process. It's going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before. And I do suspect it is the disruptor the hobby has been eagerly waiting for. My head is not attached to my body. Jeremy Lee, Sports Card Live founder and host.
Yeah, if he's an employee, that should be on there.
Perhaps not.
If you're going to keep it, you got to change the top and say, employee or partner or whatever it is.
Perhaps not. Moving on. Thank you, John. Appreciate you. Eric said the people that analyzed him were, and I quote, wicked smart. Facts.
Yeah.
Smart.
They're from Harvard.
We got it, John, and I appreciate it. Don't worry. I took care of it. Eric would be surprised how smart I am. Not even an SMRT. He got it bang on.
There's an H in there, right? Smart.
Smarter.
There is for you.
SMAHT. Smart.
There is for you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
when it comes to disruptors, aren't they generally louder, I guess you might say?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. The good news though, and I passed it along to Bobbles. Apparently there is a reason why it's negative is because apparently it was because they were fixing it to adjust their little scale. That was the answer they gave. Brad actually asked them just because he's like, all right, why? Could you explain it, please? Tell me. But fair enough. What's the next? But as far as that's concerned, it's like, okay, cool. So you've been doing that for a month and you haven't told anybody. Aren't you transparent? Wasn't transparency part of the deal? If that's the issue, then shouldn't you just lead with that? Hey guys, for the next month or so, don't even worry about the pop report. It's wrong.
Well, and I mean, it can't be a good thing as a company if this early in the process you have a lot of free time to be reslabbing cards that you've already graded.
No.
I mean, you would hope that you would be, busy slabbing new cards.
More cards.
Yeah, new cards maybe.
Listen, they only have 35.
35,000-ish.
They only have 35,000 sitting in the box, man. Like they need to get some more in, and then maybe it's time to start the machine up again. Unplug it, plug it back in, get her going.
I mean, I was under the impression that they were supposed to grade the cards, not collect them. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like they're more collectors than graders at this point.
Maybe they're the only pure third-party grader in the hobby. They're collectors first.
Yeah,
Literally
yeah.
collectors first,
You're
literally
a
collectors second, and literally collectors third.
I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting business model, I guess.
That is true. Let's try something. Eric, I love you and believe in what you can do. Michael Ham's trying to be very inspirational here. He's trying to help you, Eric. He's trying. That's right.
I can't believe I finally had someone say that to me after 49 years. All right, Eric, pull yourself together.
Please.
Okay.
Finally.
It's quite
we
a
got?
performance.
And commitment. It was commitment to the bit. Carlos has burned 2 bridges in the hobby. Floating head and me. Getting closer to pattern. Yes. Suck. Floating head promoting tag is like Dan Marino giving praise and kudos for isotoner gloves. Interesting, Dave. Interesting. I was able to locate a tag fan and blowout. Possibly. Some folks say I am a disruptor. I scoff at those egregious claims. I think that's a reasonable point, Dave. Reasonable point. I could get behind that concept.
He's a scoffer.
Maybe one customer changed their mind and wanted their raw card back and not graded by tag. One customer who had all the cards. Computer AI got smart and is on strike. Was that?
That actually seems possible at this point.
Yeah, listen, the
The
one
one
guy.
customer did have all of the cards.
The problem would be if the one customer is floating head. He goes, "You work here. You're supposed to keep the cards in the slab." Yeah, can I crack it out and put it in the other one? Okay.
I will actually get to see these gentlemen next week at the Burbank show.
Oh, the Burbank show. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you're doing it as a visitor?
Yeah. Yeah. We're Mike and I are going, and we're gonna meet up with Josh, rated rookie Josh, and he's gonna host us for a few days. So should be fun.
All right. Any now obviously, purchasing cards is obviously a thing that you do all the time at shows. But any like expectations, any thoughts or any hopes, anything that you would be looking for, or is it just whatever?
It's just whatever.
Hanging out.
Yeah, I'm going to have a good time. If I see something that I just have to have, which is pretty unlikely, let's be honest.
Aren't you the guy who can go to a whole show without buying anything?
Oh yeah,
You're that guy, eh?
I've
No,
been to.
he's done it. Like it's the reason I'm referencing. The reason I said it the way I said it is that he's infamous for literally going to the shows and not buying anything.
Yeah.
I've been to. I think
Pretty
I've
good
been to
discipline.
like 11 or 12 nationals, and I think I can think of at least 2 of them where I didn't buy anything, and I was there all week.
Wow. I couldn't do that. I've gone to local shows and said, "Nah, there's nothing here for me." But
Well, I was
don't
talking
think I
about
could go
the,
to a mega show and walk out with nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
they have everything.
I would buy at a minimum. Like as in I'll still find a little something, but
Well,
like,
that's basically what I
standard
did with that
going out.
CSC show. When I was talking about that CSC show I did over last weekend, I went in and I said, okay, if I can't find anything crazy, whatever. I didn't bring a lot of money because it was just like a late decision. I was just going to go and check it out the show. But I go, while I'm here, okay, fine. I started looking through. I don't even look through like dollar boxes, $5 boxes. Not really my thing that I do. But I was like, well, I'm here. If I can't see anything that's interesting, I'll flip through a couple of boxes here and see if I can. I grabbed a small stack of Juan Soto cards and I bought it for like the guy for $20 to go. At least I got something. Whatever.
Yeah.
Because I don't like going all that way and being like, well, let me grab. But unless everything's ridiculously priced. Like if nothing is reasonably priced, well, then forget it. I'm not even going to bother with it. But I was able to get a small stack of cards for the Z Folio, throw it in there. That's great. I did find one or two other cards, and then I opened a box just for fun, just to have something to do at the show while I was hanging out and chatting with folks.
Yeah.
Okay, I could we just time out for a second? I didn't notice this earlier when we were discussing this.
The All-Star Game thing?
Someone please explain to me in an NHL All-Star Game skills competition why I look up and there's 3 women heading down the ice on a breakaway to attempt to score on an NHL goalie. I don't remember them being on any of the teams in the NHL. What
Watch
the hell
the
is happening? This game is a joke.
watch the one where I was talking about where the goalies were trying to score the goals and everything.
And that's what this is.
Okay,
I looked up and there's 3 women on a breakaway.
wait till Shesterkin is that goalie and watch the chick when she like takes the attempt. She had a pretty damn slick goal against Igor. It was pretty impressive.
I'm not taking anything away from how good I watch USA Canada women every chance I can when they're on. They're always good games. What the hell are 3 women doing in an NHL All-Star competition? I mean, are we going to
mean,
have
Bob? Mean.
this is utterly ridiculous.
It's
are we
not the
gonna start
Stanley
having
Cup
Jenny
Finals.
Finch come out and pitch in the Major League Baseball All-Star game?
Eric,
She doesn't
we
play
talked
in
about
the
this
league.
earlier. It's literally sports that we talked about this. It's sports entertainment. It's an All-Star game. No one cares.
They don't play in the league. What are they doing on the ice?
Actually, Jenny Finch is the captain of the little game that they do after the baseball game for the All-Star weekend or All-Star week, I guess. In baseball.
Wasn't it like the
But yeah.
celebrity? It's a celebrity softball game or no?
Yeah,
All right,
she's always been
that's
she's like the
different.
one of the team captains every year.
That's
Yeah.
a celebrity NBA game. We got Kevin Hart running around out there. Fine. I don't care. Celebrity softball game and Jenny Finch plays. Great. She's incredible. She wouldn't come in the middle of the All-Star game.
That would spice it up if she did, though.
That sounds great.
She's not only an incredible athlete, she's gorgeous.
That would be, that'd be a ratings boost.
It's
Look,
just-
they're trying to find something that is going to be entertaining. Like,
Except
listen,
for in hockey, where Eric's complaining that there's women on the ice.
they don't belong.
Eric has
there.
consistency is an Eric problem. He's not very consistent on these things.
All right.
If we-
So in the WNBA All-Star game, Shaq
They
and
have an
Jordan
All-Star game?
and Scottie Pippen are gonna come out and play.
Sounds great.
That makes
Fantastic.
sense.
Phenomenal.
That
Sign
makes
me
all
up.
the sense in the world.
Let's do it. I'm for
Hey,
it.
Eric, it's an exhibition game. It's okay. They're being a little creative. The
Were
NFL's
were
going to
they
have
elected for the team?
flags on their waist.
Yeah, that's why these things have to stop. They are a complete joke.
You keep
Remember,
lobbying for that.
Listen, this isn't anti-woman. This is these people are idiots running these all-star games. Remember what my favorite sport is? It's not hockey. Carlos, do you remember what my favorite sport is?
I try not to listen to you as a matter of policy.
Curling.
No, my favorite sport
Synchronized
is
swimming?
No, it's
Synchro-
women's professional mountain biking. That's my favorite sport.
That's probably why I blacked it out.
Yeah.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Women's World Championship cyclocross racing.
Did you just say cyclocross?
Cycle cross, yes. At 9 a.m. tomorrow from Belgium.
I love that you very slowly just repeated what I said.
Yes. So
Psycho.
No, this
Cyclocross sounds like something you made up.
No, that the World Championships are
Are
tomorrow.
you
night.
cycling while wielding crosses? What are you actually doing? This sounds like a really late version of the Inquisition. What are we talking about here?
It is like the hardest form of cycle racing
Well, swinging crosses at each other, I'm sure.
because
It's like jousting, but lamer.
Because not only are you pedaling, you have to jump off, pick your bike up, run up hills, and jump over barriers and jump back on your bike. And the World Championships are tomorrow. So this isn't an anti-woman thing because at 9 a.m. I'm going to be watching the women race from Belgium.
Is that 9 a.m. Belgian time or?
No, it's Eastern Standard. I'm saying
Now, what time is that in the Netherlands? Because it's wrong to be Dutch. Go on.
women
Eric,
do not belong
are you having-
in the NHL All-Star competition.
Eric,
Are we still on that? Isn't that
Eric.
over?
are you having waffles while you're watching this?
Well,
Yeah, right.
wait, Eric. So you are highly against the activities that are taking place with the females on ice.
Yeah, he hates
But
women.
you
Go
have
on.
not mentioned a single thing about Ovi's, like, what is he, 2 or 3 now? Your old son out there in full uniform on ice shooting pucks during the
During
All-Star
what?
competition.
Are you kidding me? I haven't seen it.
Yes, he was out there.
That's dumb as
He was
shit.
having fun.
If he had him on beforehand, he was skating around with his kid. That's perfect. All the guys should be doing that.
Oh, no, he was sitting on the bench right next to Kirill Kaprizov.
Oh, I don't care if kids sit on the bench. I don't care if the wives sit on the bench. Don't go on the ice.
Eric is trying to exclude all the people from the hockeys. Do you see the steroid era stars like Bonds, Clemens, etc., being as infamous and collectible as Joe Jackson in 100 years? They're already more collectible than Joe Jackson. Joe Jackson was a great player, but it's a very niche market. It's people who specifically want those Joe Jackson cards or people that are collecting the sets. The average baseball card collector isn't collecting Joe Jackson cards, period.
It's interesting because one of the biggest differences between Joe Jackson and then some of the guys that he mentioned here, Joe Jackson doesn't have a lot of cards to choose from, and then out of the ones that he has to choose from, there's not very many of them. Period.
Yeah.
So his cards they're very expensive,
Out of reach.
And very niche, very specific.
Yeah, like I think his 1909, like his E91 E90-1 card, I think there's less than 100 of those graded by PSA in any grade.
Yeah.
And that's one of the few like playing days cards that he has. He has a few like strip cards and stuff like that, but there's not. That's one of the reasons he is so expensive is because there's just not many cards to choose from of him.
And add the legend, the whole thing too. Well, the legend, the stories.
Yeah.
But I'm making so like what Andy's saying is true, but you also have to play into that. So that's going to be a major problem. So automatically you're not going to have as much volume because the people that are collecting them, it's sitting in collections. They're locked away. The stuff that goes out there is already expensive. So you're not going to get a lot of transactions, period. Just not a lot of bought and sold and traded or whatever. So the other guys are already way more collectible just by the nature of the fact you can get their stuff and the people still move the stuff and buy the stuff.
Yeah. Now, if he's talking about like if these guys are gonna have the same type of value in the future as a Joe Jackson, I would say no.
Yeah, that's fair. And that just the nature of the two, because also Bonds and Clemens, their early year stuff is all junk wax era stuff. So it's like you're not going to do too much with that comparatively. There'll be lots of it out there, but it won't hold the value.
Yeah, they do have a lot of 90s era cards that are very collectible, like 90s parallels and inserts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tough to compare those just because of the, like you said, the supply issue is so vastly different.
What is the number one story? And I'm being serious. When people talk about Joe Jackson and the Hall of Fame and the Black Sox scandal, what's the first thing that comes out of people's mouths when they talk about him? His batting average, he did try, he didn't throw the game. He was, he agreed to do it, but then he changed his mind and he should be in the Hall of Fame because he didn't really throw it. And no one's going to say that about Bonds and Clemens. They're going to be like, yeah, they were scumbag juicers that cheated. There's not going to be any sympathy for them. There's not going to be, oh, well, he cheated, but not really. No, but that's how everyone defends Joe Jackson 100 years later. is, well, he didn't really cheat, and he look at his batting average, and that's the first thing everyone says. That's why people still want to get his cards and all that, and why people still want him in the Hall of Fame 100 years later. No one's going to say that about those guys.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Barry Bonds very naturally grew to like 3 times his original size. I don't know what you're talking about.
And his hat size got bigger.
He ate his vitamins and said his prayers, brother. I don't know what you want.
I know.
Like, I don't see what the issue. It's completely legit. It's fine.
I believe the first part of that statement. He took a lot of vitamins. I'll say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he sure did.
It worked out, buddy. It worked out.
Over or on the counter?
Yep. Big bowl of
Yeah.
pudding and a bag of bugs for tomorrow morning.
I
Happy
don't
champs.
eat
Fun?
bugs
Nope.
on
Not allowed.
purpose.
True. I'm a women's volleyball fan. There you go, Michael Ham.
Beach volleyball. That's an incredible sport.
Cyclocross.
That is the nickname of the sport.
So how close was I? Like, so bicycles, swinging crosses at each other. Like I said, really lame jousting. So you got that going for you. Like, we could probably get this on a network show. This could be a network show. They could just air it. I could see it.
It's going to be on tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, but I'm only interested in it for the really violent collisions with the crosses. Can you promise me? Can you promise me death? Is what I'm asking basically.
I can promise you pain, suffering, and possible injury.
I want death.
Mm,
I'm really keen on the death there.
I can promise you possible concussions, possible frostbite, hypothermia. No one's died yet.
It's not bad. Andy, I feel it still falls short of death.
It does. I have actually watched. I think it's an Olympic sport, right?
No, not cyclocross. No, mountain biking is now.
Mountain biking. Okay, so that's what I watched. I watched a little bit of that in the Olympics the last time, just when I was flipping through. That was actually pretty entertaining.
It is. Yep. And Yolanda Neff is your Olympic champion.
Did you say
They're
Yolanda
gold.
Neff?
Yolanda.
Is that like her stage
Neff.
name?
No, that is that is who won the gold medal in the Olympics for the women.
Under a stage name? She
No,
feels highly
that's
inappropriate.
her full name.
Can we see some ID?
She's Swiss.
Interesting. There is an E254 Joe Jackson on eBay right now. Very rarely do you see it. It's a touch overpriced. Fair enough. Best Jackson card isn't affordable. Is 1913 game card from a playing card deck. Jackson cards took off with the movies. Fair enough, Dave. Jeff Bagwell, Piazza, Ivan Rodriguez, and many other alleged juicers already in the Hall of Fame. True.
Shouldn't be.
Do you see people here foolishly trying to buy Kyrie Irving cards after today's news? Only if he's willing to back cyclocross. Then I think we could get behind that. If Kyrie is like a big cyclocross fan,
He
I
is
could
the
see that being a
biggest
thing.
psycho in the league. This man, and I actually want to be a touch serious. The man has serious psychological issues, and
Okay, so you know what? Let me finish reading this, and I actually want to have because Andy, you at least pay attention about. I watched this news and I cackled. I'm not gonna lie, I cackled. It was predictable, but I cackled, and I think this will be a fun little topic to go for a moment here.
Yeah.
Scholarly answers only. So do I have to explain the cyclocross thing again? We learned about this new sport that will sweep the nation, like
not
lame
new.
ass jousting on bicycles, swinging crosses at each other. It's fantastic. Only Scholarly answers, man. It's funny how The Rock is considered a great guy and one of the highest paid actors in the world, yet he's an alleged juicer. He's not alleged.
Who cares? He's not in a real sport. Who cares what he does?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's.
You can't.
I mean,
control that. I
alleged.
don't care
That's
what he does.
okay.
Remember when Stallone got caught in Australia juicing for a movie, and everyone, all this fake outrage because they wanted their Stallone natural. I'm like, he's an actor. Who cares if he juices? He's not an athlete. I'm not paying to see him participate in a fair sport. I want him to blow up bad guys and run through the jungle. Take all the juice you want. I don't care. Entertain me, puppet. Dance, monkey, dance.
Hold on, stop.
Whoa.
Whoa. So you're telling me that for your entertainment, you're good for people taking steroids, but for
As
the
long as they
sport that
don't
you're
win
watching
anything.
for entertainment, no good.
That's okay.
Your hypocrisy and inconsistency, sirs, are mounting.
Sports is supposed.
It's entertainment.
It is not. It is sport. And people bet on it now.
What?
You can bet on wrestling
Hey, do you
too,
know,
by the way.
Hey, do you know what ESPN means?
The
The first word is entertainment, Eric.
Yes, entertainment sports network. Yeah.
That's it. I got nothing else to say.
I'm just saying Andy, the inconsistencies. I'm enjoying the inconsistencies we're having right now. It's really great, kind of watching him go in circles and fold himself up into a pretzel, trying to work through his logic.
I've never thought about this, but is it cheating as an actor? Like, because technically, I guess you're competing against other actors for like awards and stuff. So is it cheating to use steroids in acting?
This is a deep rabbit hole. Did
That's
the
deep.
steroids enhance your performance?
Yeah, when Emma Stone used steroids in La La Land, it really, was completely.
How do we know she did use steroids in La La Land?
It's completely unfair.
Was WADA testing?
Exactly.
What is the testing policy in Hollywood?
There isn't one.
None.
No one cares.
Listen, all I'm saying is that from ET on, Drew Barrymore's numbers are questionable. I don't think there was any testing happening there. I think from ET on, I question Drew Barrymore's numbers.
She would not have passed any type of drug test.
No,
She had some issues there for a while.
I'm just saying, questions.
And I happened to be watching the Dave Letterman show that night when she stood up on the desk and flashed her boobs. She was not her rocker.
Eric's performance enhanced tonight. It's something. It's something. Steroids in MMA were great. Theodore Dale Ford was insane to watch. Imagine if everyone was on the juice like he was. Yes. There you go. All right. Let's this question here. All right. So the Kyrie Irving thing was after Kyrie Irving being a nut job multiple times, barely playing for the Brooklyn Nets, which was entertaining in its own way. He was behaving himself sort of like he was quiet. I hadn't heard too much about him. And then all of a sudden he's like, trade me after he had previously asked to be traded. Andy, what do you think?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, guys. I got a big day tomorrow, so I'm going to step down for tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, Yannick.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Have a good evening. Thank you. See you guys next
I
week.
gotta head out too. I had a long day today, and I gotta get up early.
You got to rest
tomorrow,
up for your
plus I
car
gotta-
for your Jason Robertson pumping, man. There's more to do later.
Yeah, I gotta get up again early tomorrow morning, and then we got the sub preview stuff tomorrow night. And I had a long ass day today. So
Are you going to do it with
I'm
the
not
Jason
excited.
Robertson chain? Are you going to be able to keep it on while you're doing it?
You're going to
I'm
sleep
gonna
with that
try.
night, right?
I'm going to try.
I think you should. Sounds good.
I'm going
Have
to
yourself a good night, sir. Take it
Later,
easy.
Bob.
Yes, sir. I gotta get some sleep. So
Do it. Take it easy. We'll talk
y'all
later.
have a good night, man.
Have a good night.
Cool, man. So to answer Hockey 99's question, will people foolishly buy these cards? I
Well,
mean,
can we take two things, Andy? First, just on the story itself, just in the concept. I'm just curious about your thoughts on the approach, the Kyrie thing, the Brooklyn Kyrie thing this whole time. Like it's
So-
been silly.
okay, so what he's doing now, he's demanding a trade
Yep.
because they will not give him a contract extension,
That's
which, hello, if you've paid attention to this guy for any amount of time, why would you want to give this guy a contract extension? I
Are you
think
saying
that-
you do not trust this man?
How could anybody trust this man? And I think he's going to have the same problem with whoever. I mean, first off, I don't know who would want to trade for him. I mean, it'd have to be somebody desperate like the Lakers.
That's the
But
only
are
place-
they going to give him a contract extension if they trade for him? Wow, I don't know.
So you're saying the Boston Celtics would not consider bringing him back?
The
Oh.
Boston Celtics was a disaster.
No,
when they
but
had-
Andy, I'm trying to establish the overall picture here. I'm not a basketball guy. Here's all I know: he got himself driven out of Cleveland because he couldn't handle that and got that nonsense. He got himself traded over to Boston. Now he's got his own team. That never worked. when he was trying to be the leader, that was trash. The team did better when he was away. The team did better when he wasn't involved. So, not good. That doesn't look good for the concept of you being the leader or whatever.
Eastern Conference Finals, and that son of a bitch didn't even show up to sit on the bench. He was out promoting that stupid Uncle Drew movie. Okay? So a lot of people around here don't even think he was hurt, but he was thinking about himself and walked away from the basketball court to go play movie star for a while, because we went all the way to I don't know, was it game 7 and the Eastern Conference Finals? We're one game away from the finals, and he was nowhere to be seen. And that was the best the Celtics played all year, was when he was nowhere in the building.
Yeah. So you've got that. And then you go to Brooklyn, and the only reason Brooklyn took you was because it's presumably a package deal with Kevin Durant. Without Kevin Durant, they literally have no use for you. They have no interest whatsoever in even having you around. But they're like, okay, if this will make Kevin Durant happy and we can make this work, fine, we'll take freaking Kyrie. And so far, not great.
And then also, like, this is kind of off of that point, but what does it say about Kevin Durant's judgment that he's
Yes.
I want to leave Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green so I can go play with Kyrie Irving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he's another one. He's a head case who wanted his own team. And
Very familiar with him.
That's Steph's team. And he didn't want to be on Steph's team. He wanted to be on his own team. And I've said this recently. I don't remember to who or what platform, because, I talk a lot on Clubhouse. But I used to respect Kevin Durant as a player, and even as a person. Like, I had nothing against him. When Kyrie came back to Boston and started talking about how racist we all are and how horrible he was treated, and Durant sat up there on the stage with him and said and agreed with everything he had to say, I was done with him. We all knew Kyrie was crazy, all right? But when Durant was up there going, well, yeah, that's Boston, they're a bunch of racists. How in the world is Boston racist?
Ask
Bill Russell?
Ask Bill Russell. Yes.
All right. So one person broke into his house in Reading and shit on his bed. But instead, we had the first starting black 5. We had the first black head coach. We had the first black hockey player. We had the last black baseball player.
Yeah. And the guy that was the guy that was the leader of that team became a head coach. And after winning a championship, they asked if it would be better if somebody else was the coach.
And then we ended up with Casey Jones leading the best team in NBA history with the 86 Celtics.
Yep. And then Bill Russell wouldn't even deal with Boston for years until he finally decided to.
And every time he showed up, the place blew the roof off the place. So it really comes down to a horrible time in the 70s, 60s and 70s when he was
the 50s
around.
And the 50s.
Well, that was probably worse even.
Yes.
And then the real big thing that we get the reputation for is in sports only. I'm talking about, because we don't need to talk about the busing situation and all. I mean, there's issues all over the country.
Did you realize the fact you have to make qualifiers for this is not helping your point?
I'm talking about sports. But the big thing is that racist piece of crap over at Fenway Park said, I don't want black players here. And we were the last team in the league to have a black player.
Mm-hmm.
And that somehow became this umbrella. It didn't matter what the Celtics did. It didn't matter what the Bruins did. It didn't matter what the Patriots were doing. It was all about Tom Yawkey saying, I don't want black people on my team. We led sports history. We opened the door for black athletes and black coaches. It all started in Boston, yet Boston's known as this racist city. It's all because of Tom Yawkey and the Red Sox.
So now you're blaming Tom Yawkey.
Yeah, that's why they took his name off Yawkey Way, and it's now called something else.
Listen, I'll have you know Boston's also the place that has at least, based on Eric's utterances, at least 5 or 6 different 100 people that were the first NBA three-pointer. So that's inclusion. Men, women, children.
He was white.
Black, white, Asian, doesn't matter. All of them. All of them had the first three-pointer. And I'm Spartacus.
Any other team who wants to talk about how wonderful their race history is, it all started here, except for Jackie Robinson. Everything else started here.
Can we get back to making fun of Kyrie now?
I don't
Yes.
do what you want. This
It's
whole
like-
thing's stupid.
Indeed. So he basically gets to Brooklyn, can't make crap work. He has to have his own thing with. Literally, the team is like, all you have to do is, and I understand that the whole vaccine thing was like whatever, but at the same time, it's like, why is it always you? It's literally always you. If you had just said to me, hey, there's a guy causing a problem or whatever, without even looking, I'd be like, oh, it's Kyrie, right? It's 100% Kyrie. It's got to totally be him. Can't be anybody else.
Well, that's the thing is, if you're on his team, you just can't count on this guy because he's missed a lot of games because of injuries, but he's missed a lot of games just because, like,
And also
not
because
injury.
he like was in the wrong headspace. This is not even the vaccine thing. It's like there was a stretch there where we missed games because like I don't remember how it was phrased. He was just like
just
it was like a
left.
mental thing. He's like,
Yeah, he
guys,
left.
I can't focus on this right now.
Right. He walked off the team, went and did all these different religion things and meditation groups and this little cult over here.
Do you
and
think he was hanging out with Aaron Rodgers? Because they would be like they'd be like a
Oh my
fantastic
God,
buddy cop
probably.
comedy.
Yeah. Yeah. They doing those hallucinogenic drugs together.
And then he had, of course, the suspension this year as
Yep.
well. So, I mean, I don't know why you would want this guy. Like, that Brooklyn team is the most dysfunctional team. I mean, you got him and Ben Simmons and Kevin Durant. I mean, wow.
Well, you got to think that any owner in the NBA that happens to be Jewish isn't going to want him. Right?
I wouldn't think any owner would want him, period, but I'm sure somebody will, some of these teams, they will sell their soul to
Can
try
I
to
ask
win
a
in the
question
sport.
though? Given that his whole threat is that if they don't trade him, he's going to leave in free agency. So he's a free agent at the end of the year, if memory serves me.
Good.
So in effect, he could not have less value. Do you give like 3 deflated basketballs for him? Like, you don't really have to trade much.
Oh.
The only thing you have to figure out is a salary thing. The salary thing is really the only thing you have to work out because there's the amount of money you have to figure out the fit under the cap thing. But aside from that, it's like, I'm not really going to give you anything of value.
He
So-
walks away as a free agent. They get all that money. They can sign anybody they want. Leave. We don't care.
Of course, the big rumor, and this was the one that was floated before the season as well, is to trade him to the Lakers for Russell Westbrook, which would be hilarious in a way because then you would have Westbrook and Durant playing together again in Brooklyn.
Yes.
So, I mean, that would be like a whole other, comedy, and you'd have Kyrie and LeBron back together in LA.
Now, as a guy who has collected Westbrook cards and all that, is that intriguing to you? Do you like it? Are you interested? Do you not care?
Well, I absolutely hate the way that the Lakers have used him. So at this point, I mean, I don't think it could get any worse for him as a player.
All right. Yep. Fair enough. So
I think
it's just-
maybe it would be kind of cool in a way to kind of see him and Durant play together again, but I wouldn't want them to win because they didn't win here in Oklahoma City. I don't want them to win somewhere else together.
Okay. Now let me pose the question a little different way as well, because we can still integrate it into a card conversation as well. At this point, to your point, I don't think any team would have any reason to trust Kyrie Irving.
No.
I have to imagine there's somebody out there. I would have a lot of trouble being a fan of Kyrie Irving and wanting to collect Kyrie Irving because it's like the dude has missed so much time for really stupid things, stupid and random things, injuries as well, but other stupid and random things that are completely within his control, and he just chose to be flaky and not play. So it's like, what value is there for a guy like that in that sense as well?
Well, it's not good. I mean, it's not anything like it was several years ago because he's so much of the off the court stuff, and people in basketball have really started to pay more attention to like some of the things that some of these guys do and say off the court, and they hold that against them. Like it's hurt LeBron a lot, actually, some of the stuff that he's not anything that he's done off of the court, but just some of the things that he's said off the court. People have really gotten to where they don't want to listen to these guys, preach to them about, politics or whatever it may be. And, these players, they have a right to have their opinion, but they just don't want to have it shoved down their throat with sports.
Well, especially when they're stupid athletes like LeBron. The guy's dumb as a stump.
I mean, I don't know his intelligence level, but I mean, he
was gonna
rubs
say,
a lot
it's
of
like-
people. He rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I know that.
Yeah. Well, I think that portion of it comes with the territory, because I think he could utter any opinion. He could go 180 degrees and alter his opinions, and he would still have just as many people who are mad about it. It's not about the opinion. It's about you delivering it and having a platform.
Yeah.
I think what I'm actually trying to look up, kind of as we've been talking, is, despite that though, so like LeBron is a different issue, mainly because he at least has a track record, a body of work to kind of go off of. So I think some of it has. I think there are some of the cards that have recovered price wise from some of that stuff, because at this point he's right behind Kareem now. Like, it's very close. Now it could be any couple of games from now where he becomes the all-time scorer. So that's going to be another feather in his cap. He's won championships. He's got all that. When he retires, his resume will look pretty good. It will not be. It's one of those things where, like, the totality of it, it'll be. But like I said, a guy like Kyrie is like tons of talent, but he didn't really get as much out of it as one would have hoped, given the amount of talent he has shown and displayed at different times.
Yeah. I think LeBron he obviously gets a ton of credit from people now, but I think down the line, people will look back at LeBron and he'll probably get more respect, 20 years from now than what he does now as a player.
Yeah. That's kind of the direction, the angle that I was looking at it from, because I was I was able to find a couple of the examples that I wanted to see here. So, for example, like I'm just using one example. It's 2003 Topps card, PSA 10. So 2003 Topps, first edition, PSA 10. In the last month, it's up almost 32%. So, like, it went down, but it's recovered a little bit versus it. So, and some of these other ones have also recovered price-wise. So basically, they had their apex, obviously, when everything went crazy, and then boom, big decline, because a lot of stuff declined, and then it kind of found some level, and then is bolstered back up now, because now another accomplishment is coming down the pipeline. So it's helped it.
And probably what's going to happen, if it follows the same pattern as the last couple of years, over the next week or so, you're going to see LeBron prices go up. Then he's going to break the record, and they're going to start going down.
Exactly. It's very much like it's the waves of the ocean. You can see how it's going to go because it's the standard. But that's okay. But I think the bottom on that stuff, I think the floor is still higher than what it was.
Yeah.
Because what happened is you went way too high, but then you came back down. But then you look pre-pandemic, well, the floor has risen nonetheless. The floor has still risen from where we started. Our baseline is higher, and now we just kind of work with that from there going forward. So Carlisle here says, speaking of controversial players, is anyone going to pick up Trevor Bauer in free agency? They'll probably be desperate. There'll be somebody desperate enough to do it. I actually think Trevor Bauer kind of sucked. Even before, he basically had like a good season or two. Like, if you actually go back his career, he's pretty mediocre. Like, he literally had a run there where he was decent, but it's like, why? What is special about Trevor Bauer that you need him that you can't just get another pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, I think he is a good pitcher, but with the baggage that comes along with him, I don't think the juice would be worth the squeeze in his case.
He's not. Let's put it this way: even if you do think he's a good pitcher, which is fine, he's certainly not good enough to deal with any headache at all.
You can find a lot of other good pitchers that didn't do the things that he did.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, his value would be minimal to a lot of teams. You'd really would have to be like the A's would be an example of a team. It's like, well, we need somebody. You're a warm body, good enough.
Well, if he wants to play for the A's, he would probably have to play for like $600,000 because
that's what I mean.
They won't pay anyone anything.
Yeah, if it's cheap enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
So Bob Jackson there agrees with you on your LeBron take.
I changed my mind. I think LeBronzo is a wonderful, wonderful human being, greatest player of all time, and I think everyone should collect his cards and idolize him in every way possible.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Bob Jackson's got Iverson over LeBron.
That's come on.
And they call me a hater.
Come on.
Iverson-
I mean, I like Iverson, but I mean, come on.
Yep. LeBron deserves to speak his mind however he'd like. Disagree with politics. He conducted himself unbelievably as a man, considering the hype he has when he's young. That's kind of the thing, though, is that a lot of it is that I disagree with his politics. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fine. But it's like he's got his kids. He's got his schools that he pays for. And like I said, when I made this point before, when he retires and he's gone, and you're not seeing him all the time, a lot of those same people who are really mad at him all the time because he's in your face and he's there. If he's just off doing like charitable stuff and doing his own things, businesses and whatever, and he's out of sight, out of mind, other people are like, man, I remember when LeBron was in the league, and that was interesting.
So because I kind of opened up this can of worms, let me just respond to that real quick, okay? I agree 100% of what Dave said. 100%. He deserves to speak his mind. People have different opinions on politics, and one shouldn't be canceled because you don't agree with their politics.
But you would like to challenge him to cycle,
So
whatever,
I
whatever the
agree.
thing was called.
I agree 100%. LeBron lost me when a couple of years ago he posted the personal information of a heroic police officer who saved the life of a black female teenager as she was about to be murdered right in front of this cop. The cop drew his gun and shot the young girl who was about to stab and murder this other black young girl. And because he didn't do any due diligence with his homework or pay any attention to the video that was shown all across the place, he instead went to his 1 billion followers all around the world and posted this police officer's name and address and all this information and basically said he has to pay for killing a unarmed black teenager. Now, of course, afterwards, the young girl whose life he saved thanked him immensely. That girl's parents thanked him immensely. And finally, he was recognized as a hero. And he had no choice but to shoot this other female teenager, black female teenager, because the video clearly shows she had a knife and she was coming down to murder this young girl. But instead of doing any type of due diligence, he went right on Twitter and tried to ruin this guy and and put out his personal information where angry people could have gone and killed this hero. I was done with him at that point.
All I got out of that is that Twitter sucks.
I was done with him at that point.
Indeed. All I got out of that was that Twitter sucks. I'm
I was
against it.
done with him at that point.
Let me go here. Well, it's easier to score because of the nature of the way they structured the actual game itself. And also they've changed it from the perspective of you can kind of blame part of that on Steph Curry. Because the preponderance of the three-point shot, it's pretty much let's set it up for the three-point shot. It's also analytics.
If you want to see just how much the NBA has changed, there's a YouTube channel. It's called Thinking Basketball, and they do some great videos. And one of their videos, they're talking about it's not that the rules have changed; it's just that they don't necessarily enforce them anymore.
I was going to say, usually it's enforcement. It's not so much change of the rule. Well, the NFL changes rules. But
Right.
most of the time for the other sports, usually it's enforcement.
So back in the 50s and 60s, if you were on offense and let's say that there was a guy that was guarding you and he was he was guarding you and he was kind of running alongside you, and you like leaned into him like they do now to try to create the contact, that was an offensive foul on you, just automatically. Like, didn't matter if the defensive guy was moving or not. That was just an offensive foul. Like, so a lot of the stuff that they do today, it's just, I mean, you couldn't do that stuff back then. And then of course, the way that they call the game is, I mean, especially regular season is often a joke. Like, they just, they let so much go on off. The offense has so much of an advantage against the defense. It's crazy.
I think it's fair. How many NBA games do you watch at this point, Andy? Just out of curiosity.
I would say I probably watch 75% of the Thunder games, and then I'll watch some of the other teams just here and there, like if the Thunder aren't playing that night. But I've probably watched, since the Thunder have been here, they came here in like 2008. I've probably watched 75% of the games.
All right. Outside, so 75% of the games, and then just in general, a bunch of games per week, or how does that structure break out?
Yeah, probably the Thunder. I would say I probably watch them at least three games a week, I would say.
All right. No, that seems good. Seems fair. It's always kind of interesting to get a perspective because you watch sport, but it's always, I used to be with baseball. It used to be that I would watch like 90% of the games. And because the local network we had, now they split it before, but now the one network actually has all the games. It's the same guys that own the team. So they own the team. They can play they play 162. You can watch every single game if you want every night. But it's like, yeah, I just don't have the energy or the patience to sit here watching a bunch of the regular season games. Like,
yeah.
All right, let's see once we get into something and a little bit more meaningful stretch run. If the team's in contention, that's great. And that once the team had a couple of decent runs, that's when the audience picked up. You could tell that, all right, we're in a stretch run. And suddenly you'd have 1 million viewers. And it'd be like, interesting. Okay. That's where you guys came from.
I will go through different stretches because I'm interested in a lot of different things. So, like, content-wise lately, I've been watching a ton of poker videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really, like, just really studying the game itself. And this is also the time of the year where I really love to play fantasy baseball. So I'll have a bunch of teams. Mm-hmm. So I'll start looking at that this time of year too. So I start studying the players and stuff going into the season, getting ready for the drafts and stuff.
So actually, since you bring it up, can I want to segue off of one of the things you said. You've been watching a little bit of poker, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear about this? So I've got the Poker Go, and I like to watch a little bit here and there. I haven't done as much lately, so I want to get back to watching it. But they just started up the 10th season of High Stakes Poker, or whatever season they're on. Like, it's a high number now.
Yeah, I watched that one already.
Yeah, but the first episode?
Yeah.
But Gabe Kaplan retired during the show. Literally during the first episode, he just randomly just said, all right, I'm done. And like his co-host is like sitting there like, were you serious? And like he did the first episode, finished the first episode, and then they're gonna have to find somebody else to co-host. And it's like, you just decided, let me sign on for another season. No, you know what? Fuck it.
I wonder if that was planned or not. Do you think?
I think it would make more sense if it had been something where, I don't know, I feel like you would have done something to lead into it to like draw a bigger audience. But it would be so random. It would be jarring for you because I watched they put the episode on YouTube for free. You can actually watch that one for free.
Yeah, that's where I watched it.
Yeah. But it's like, it's so jarring and random. It's like, you know what? Screw it. Don't care. Never mind. Don't feel like it. I don't know. It's something that would just be strange to me. So Eric, like who's the either the radio or the TV voice of the Bruins at this point? Who's like the associated name?
Jack Edwards.
Okay, great. What if Jack Edwards at the end of the first period says, "Guys, this is my last broadcast." Just randomly decided this is the one. We're just like he signs on for another season. Game 1, end of the first period, first intermission going in. By the way, this is the last broadcast I'm ever doing. See ya. See you after the show. After the game's over.
Would confuse Andy Brickley immensely.
That's what I'm getting at. It was just so awkward. It was disjointed. And Andy, when you were listening to it, at one point he's like, "All right, I'm gonna do this time. I'm gonna do play-by-play. You do color."
Yes, that was. I remember that part for
He
sure.
just randomly decided to switch roles.
Yeah.
He goes, and I'm sitting there like, this is hilarious,
Now I
bizarre,
wonder,
but
like,
hilarious.
how old is he at this point?
So I'm looking it up here. Gabe Kaplan's not a young man, but at the same time, like, if you agreed to come back to a seat, but the thing is, while he's talking, he's also making justification to it. It's like, I don't really remember these players anymore. And I'm sitting there like, this occurred to you now? So he's 77.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was getting up there a little bit.
I feel like, though, normally, then wouldn't it have made more sense to end at the end of the previous season? Go, hey, guys, I'll finish the season, and then, right off into sunset, and we're done.
You would think so. You would think so, but he's a little bit different guy.
Oh, very much so. But I just loved his justification. He goes, hey, it's like, it's like, you know what? I don't really play. I really don't play. I haven't played with any of these guys. I don't really have any insight on them. It's like, again, this just occurred to you now. Great. Good to know.
Yeah, he's something.
I just thought it was hilarious. And I like high stakes poker. High stakes poker is fun for me. I enjoy it. That's one of those ones that I enjoy. But it's like, it was so weird. It's like, yep, just quitting in the middle of the episode. Yeah, we'll finish the episode. Well, like, I'm already here. I might as well just finish the episode.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting table, that first episode too. What is that one guy's name on there? His first name is Eric.
You mean Pedersen?
Yeah.
He's a weirdo, though.
He is. Oh my gosh, that guy. He just tries to get under people's skin constantly.
Well, did you see the thing where he basically Phil Hellmuth gets mad at everybody, but like Pedersen literally was like, "What can I do to set you off?" And then he flipped him off, and it went the whole thing. Basically, he was Eric at the poker table, but he's like, "I'm going to set this guy off." It's like, so you got one angry guy being set up by another angry guy who's trolling him.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, interesting. Go on. I had to watch it. I was very entertained.
Why do people think I'm angry? I'm not angry.
It's the same kind of allegations that we have whenever people suggest that we're not men of peace here.
I don't understand.
That was for you, Andy.
Not that I know of. But
do they have many shows in Oklahoma?
I mean, there are a few like smaller ones. I used to go to one that was like a smaller one that they would have at a hotel, but it was probably like a 30 or 40 table show, and I think they might still be doing that one, but I haven't went to it in a while.
Yeah.
I kind of get spoiled with the Dallas show being so close to me where I can, just drive there. And so, I don't know. Once you go to that one, it's a lot of the smaller shows, just they don't make a whole lot of sense for me to go to, really.
Now, is it, this has always been a thing with me, the smaller shows. Is it a thing where there's a lot of repetition and not a lot of blending between the inventory, and the dealers don't really try to mix it up much? It's just the same stuff over and over again, because that was always an issue for me.
Yeah, and a lot of it is like, I mean, like at some of the smaller shows that I've gone to in the past anyway, a lot of it is, like they'll have like junk wax stuff, and yeah, like it'll be the same stuff that you saw at the show like 6 months prior. Just not a lot of turning over of the inventory. It almost has like a little bit of a flea market type vibe to it, where it's stuff that it looks like stuff that, somebody might have picked up at a garage sale and then brought it to the show or something.
And that's kind of a problem once you get to that stage, is that there's nothing wrong with the I used to like the old like flea market shows and flea market, like actual flea market booths. My card shop growing up was actually at a flea market, and it was because they went and bought stuff from the distributor, so they had new packs, and that's how they got their packs and boxes. And they had singles, and that was kind of how we'd sit there and just hang out for hours and flip through boxes and go whatever, and it worked. But it was one of those things where it was also an excuse for the family, because my dad would go over to one of the other booths and just hang out and do his thing over there, and I'd be over at the card booth here. But it's one of those things where like today it wouldn't work because the inventory wouldn't turn over enough. You'd be seeing the same stuff every week, and after a while that gets kind of old. You need inventory to consistently cycle to make it interesting.
Yeah, and I used to love going to shows and just kind of going through stuff like that, on hunting stuff down like that, like in the value boxes and stuff like that. I just don't have the patience for it anymore. Like, I mean, I see people all the time that go through stuff and they find all kinds of cool stuff that I would love to find. I just don't have the patience to do it. Honestly, I'm just lazy when it comes to that stuff now. There's a lot of good stuff in there, though.
I've run out of patience for all that stuff. The boxes, can't do it. Sorting, can't do it. Nope.
Yeah.
I need people for that, Eric. Literally need people. Like, sort it for me, peasants. Do it.
And I used to love opening boxes too. And I really, honestly, I can't even stand doing that anymore. I don't even like to open boxes anymore.
Wow. That's taking it to another level. I still like opening boxes even there, but it's like, it's limited. It's gotten a little expensive, so it's not like I can open boxes all the time anyway.
That's the thing, is like they're so expensive now. It's not as fun to me because like I just feel like I'm throwing money away.
Well, the ROI on that's pretty bad, yeah.
It's always been bad, but at least it feels like $50 to $100. You can stomach that, but when you're having to pay like $500-$600 and you're still getting the same, $30 or $40 that you were getting out of the $100 boxes, it's like that just seems ridiculous to me. I just can't.
That's the gambling effect.
Yeah, it is. It's too much.
That big hit, and they're looking for you buy $500 box, looking for a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 card, and then you want to sell it and flip it. And that was the gambling and the investors and all the stuff we talked about earlier tonight, and that's definitely not healthy. That's not healthy behavior. And you can get yourself in a lot of trouble doing that stuff.
Yeah, if I'm gonna gamble on a box, like I'll open like a 91 Donruss box for $20, try to get a Donruss Elite. To me, that's the kind of gambling I would like to do on a box.
Yeah,
as someone who started off his collecting career opening 1991 Donruss boxes, the amount of horror that it's like, no more Eddie Murrays. No, we don't need more Eddie Murray. No, that's enough. It's enough, Eddie Murray.
Well, and for reference, over the years, I've probably opened, who knows, 60 or 70 of those boxes. Never pulled an Elite. Never.
Yeah, I would have stopped at like 3.
I don't even know.
Yeah, this isn't happening.
I feel like I've opened. I feel like I've opened a lot.
I have for
over
sure.
the years. It's bad. It's real bad. So anyway, Bobby here. Good evening. Best stuff tends to go online, and when they can't sell comes to the show. Vendors used to save for the show, but no more. Very true. And he's living on the edge with $91. I know.
You better believe it, Bobby.
It's the highfalutin life. It's highfalutin life. Rock Latex here saying, come on. You have the patience for poker. You have the patience to go through value box. No. Poker, I'm at least watching the players. Poker, I'm at least playing the man a little bit. I'm still, even when the hand's going on, I'm actively involved in, I'll speak for myself strictly. I'm actively involved in watching the people participating in it. If I'm not in the hand, then I want to see what the hell they do in these situations when they're doing it, because I may use that information for later. So going through value boxes, man, it's too it actually becomes so passive that my brain kind of shuts off at a certain point. I'm not really paying attention anymore, and I'm just kind of flipping cards.
When is the last time you played poker?
Live or online?
Yeah, either.
It's been a little while. Unfortunately, I'd like to play a little bit more. What's that?
Thursday.
Oh, dude, I wish. Like when it was more time. When there was more time, I like to do a lot of the sit and goes. Those were a lot of fun. You could set them up very quickly. Just get a couple sit and goes going, and if you're doing it online, you can multi-table, so you can really you'll have stuff going on the whole time. You're kind of going. Live, it was that was forever ago. That was when I went to Vegas. When I went to Vegas was the easiest. There are some card rooms around, but they're not close by. You literally have to go over to the casinos. And out of Montreal, they actually used to have a nice card room. I never got a chance to really visit it, but I checked it out. It looked pretty good.
Yeah,
but it was a dedicated card room. That's really what it was.
I think I may go play live tomorrow.
Oh. See, the thing is, now that you are in the negative war side of your sports card YouTube,
yeah,
this is where you should go to positive war on your poker blog.
Right, there you go.
Like I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching some folks on YouTube that do the poker vlogs. And I'm sitting there, and they're like doing the hand histories on the table. I'm sitting there like, the other players probably look at you and go, "Why the hell are you looking at your cards with the camera?" I just think it's funny. I get
A
a kick
lot
out
of
of it.
places won't let you do that, but I guess they've become more relaxed over the years on that.
Well, it does. It is advertising for the. It is advertising for their card room. Like, and sometimes it can't. Like, I think what they would prefer is that look. Number one, if you want to look at your own stuff a little bit, that's okay. If it's not super busy or it's not obvious that you're messing around with that. Also, but the other thing is also you can if you're just chatting with folks at the table in between hands or something, that's fine. And also, if you walk away from the table and describe your hand over there and do whatever, that's your business. Like, I don't think they're gonna have too much issue with that. But it's just a matter of making it an entertainment product because as long as people are entertained by what they're seeing and getting something out of it, then I think it's fine. Yeah, no fun staring down a box. It's not so much. Like I said, I still like to open. I did that at the show. I showed off this thing. I grabbed the Platinum Anniversary Edition thing. They're nice cards, but the QC on this is trash. Like it's literal trash. I was actually legitimately impressed. We had cards with roller marks on them. We had cards that were like 85-15 centering. It was like, guys, this isn't even close. What are we even doing out here?
Yeah,
Are they trying to be
that
like
drives me
Robo
bonkers.
Peachy?
What's that?
I said, are they trying to be like retro O-Peachy?
I think Opeachy would scoff at that quality control. They're like, man, you guys are letting the quality control slip. Wait, you?
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 Yeah, exactly.
It was bad, man. And I'm like, guys, this is a 2021 product. It's chromium. It's a chromium product. Normally that's easier to get better grade equivalent cards. Like, this is trash. This is terrible. No bueno. And it's a shame because a lot of the parallels and stuff actually look pretty nice if they're done well. Like they actually look pretty neat. And the price point on that, like it was 70 Canadian. It wasn't like it was a crazy box price. It was pretty cheap, all things considered, for what should have been a fun, relatively cheap rip. But I'm like, guys, the cards that come out of this are trash. And they had legendary players on it and everything. The checklist is what made it interesting for me because you could actually get Hall of Famers and like legendary players in it. I have a Willie McCovey black and white refractor out of it. Like that's cool. That's neat. At least that was a fun card, but some of the other ones not so great. Not quite 1991 Donruss, It's not quite the highfalutin.
No. One of the ugliest sets of all time.
It's pretty bad. 1991
really
Fleer, of course. I think for most folks takes the cake.
What was it like in the 91 Donruss? Was it like the series 1 was the blue and then the green was the series 2? Is that
If
right?
memory serves me, yeah.
Yeah.
So you had the two different borders depending on the series, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how they broke it down.
I think that's the way it was.
It was not great. It was not great at all.
No.
I will ask this. So here's a question, and I pose this to the chat as well. If you're going to open a junk wax box, so Andy would do 1991 Donruss to take a shot at the elites, which makes sense. If you're gonna go for it, you're gonna go for it. I wouldn't pick it just because, like I said, I've traumatized. I have PTSD from 1991 Donruss. Like I've had enough. I can't do it anymore. What junk wax era box would you open just for fun? I pose the question to us, and I pose the question to the chat. Just out of curiosity. Junk wax era box, you can open it up just for kicks, with the understanding you're probably not going to pull anything of any value. It is a junk wax era box. But what would you choose? What would you open just for fun? Bougie Eric, you're going to open a box of junk wax era, whatever. It can be any sport you want. It can be hockey. It can be the cycling. What's the stupid thing called again? Battle Dome cycling.
Cycle cross.
So you're going to attack people with crosses. You could have that in Crow. That could be Prism. You could have Cycle Cross Prism. Be amazing. So, Junk Wax Era, what do you got?
I really like Topps Gold.
Okay, so like 92, 93-ish.
Yeah, I like with the parallels that are gold.
Yeah, that's not, yeah. So like for the hockey one?
Yeah, I've collected I have a vast majority of them. I'm still it's a 500 card set. There was like one per pack, parallel one per pack. And I've been having fun collecting, trying to get the whole 500 and something cards.
Yeah.
So,
And I think if we look it up, I think that's 92, 93.
yeah, I think.
But
you're
that would
right.
still qualify. That would still qualify under the junk
Yeah.
wax era for sure. But that would be an era. Bob Jackson here with the 9091 Pro set for the Cup hologram. Bold move, sir.
That's if I was going to say like what product I've opened the most of in my entire life, it would probably be 90 Fleer basketball.
90 Fleer basketball.
Yeah.
Really, huh?
Oh yeah. That stuff was so cheap for so long. I mean, you could get those boxes for like 10 or 15 bucks forever. Like you could get a case of those for like a couple $100 and open it.
Yep.
This is the base set.
Yeah, the
for
base
that,
set.
yeah.
Yep. They
I
weren't
got-
bad. I think they were pretty decent, but they did follow the same design as 92 tops. So they did follow like the very similar design with the tops gold as well. Same thing. A lot of the same elements of it, which is fine. Like here's the thing: as long as you're using it consistently, it's fine. For me, we make the joke about the trope about how they've overused the design, but the OG 87 tops baseball.
Yeah.
I like the proper OG one. You got Palmeiro in there. You got Bo Jackson in there. You got Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire. You got Bonds. Like I like the wood grain borders. I opened a bunch of the rack packs of that stuff. I opened a bunch of rack packs of it. For me, that was fun. So if I'm just gonna open a random like junk wax era, and 87 tops is totally junk wax era,
Yeah.
that one to me would be one that I'd open it just to flip through the cards because I like those ones.
The first packs of baseball cards I ever opened was 87 tops.
Yeah.
From a
And that
gas
was a good one.
station.
For
Yeah,
a
from
junk
a gas
wax era
station.
one, that's a good one. That would be mine for me. All right, let me do a quick scan here, and we'll start winding her down, I think. 89 Fleer baseball. There you go. You can pull the Griffey. Solid. So let's see. I talked about the ComC CSG submission thing. Submitted one. We'll learn more about that later. YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. We did that. We talked about that. Fanatics getting into streaming. We did talk about that a little bit, yeah. So Andy, just let me give you a shot at this one. So Fanatics apparently is going to get into streaming in their quest for world domination before they finally cut the check and buy the show. And by the way, guys, anytime, let's get the deal together. Let's figure out how many zeros, and I'll sell the shit out. No problem. Just letting you know.
Oh yeah.
Just letting y'all know. But they're going to try to get into streaming side of things to touch on the breaking. The idea, the concept is maybe that leads into having exclusive streamers, probably, who then get access to product, probably, that other ones will not have as easy access to. And that's just kind of their way of pushing their way, the whatnots of the world, kind of getting pushed out. And Card Shop Live and some of these other ones that are also eBay Live. So it's not like they'd be the only ones in the space, but they can take advantage of it.
Yeah. I mean, I just think the more power that they have, it's probably worse for collectors because it's going to mean that the prices are going to be higher. That would be my take on it. As far as like the breaking itself, like I'm old school when it comes to that. Like I said, I don't open a lot of stuff anyway, but if I am going to open a box, I want to do it myself. Like I'm not going to pay somebody to open cards for me. That's just, I've always thought that was ridiculous, but some people enjoy it. And I get their reasons why, buying, you can buy a team instead of a whole box, whatever, but nah, I'm going to open a box. I'm going to open it.
I didn't understand anything that's happened in the last 3 years. I shook my head.
In general, just in
Yeah.
life.
Well, mostly. The pandemic really messed me up, man. But Andy, I was like, why is this where the hobby's going? These are the choices people are making. This is how they choose to collect. This is how they choose to get product to them. It just didn't compute. So
Yeah.
I hear you.
So do you ever participate in breaks, either one of you guys, or no?
Not me. No.
I have, but very limited scope. I will give you an example of one where it worked out pretty well, but again, your mileage will vary, and specifically the ROI on breaks is always terrible.
Yeah.
But for the AEW stuff, I've opened a couple of boxes of it. I opened a bunch of the blasters of it, equivalent to a couple of boxes of it. So I opened plenty of the 22 flagship products, basically. However, there are certain parallels and things that are a little trickier to come by, and they came out of the block kind of expensive. So a lot of the dentist cards, Eric's favorite dentist and mine.
Yes.
But what happened is on eBay, one of the breakers does breaks for the different characters. So what happens? You could go in auction and bid it up. If you can get it cheap enough, they were doing 8-box breaks. So you're getting 8 boxes, and you could have everything the character. So they would give you base, they give you all the parallels, they give you all the inserts, everything. So in 8 boxes, you're going to have enough packs, but there's a decent chance that you'll probably get a ton of base, to be perfectly blunt, but you'll get some of the easy parallels, but you can also get some of the numbered parallels, and that's what you're shooting for. Numbered parallels or some of the tougher inserts. And there's at least a chance that you can get that. And truthfully, with the nature of the product, if you get an autograph for Britt Baker, well, that's easily $100, $200 card. Well, the breaks that I was getting into, one of the breaks I won for like $20. And the other one was right around that price too. So for about $40, I got the equivalent of a case worth of chances to pull potentially something. Well, I did get a couple of numbered ones that basically paid me back for everything, because to buy it on eBay would have cost me the same about $40 that I spent. And I got all the base cards, and I got a full complement of the parallels that I wanted that went into my Z Folio anyway, and a couple of the basic inserts. So as far as I'm concerned, that worked out quite nicely. But it's not going to work every time. But I got 16 boxes to take a shot at an equivalent. So in that case, it made sense.
I just always look at it like if there's like when it comes to wax, like in my head, I'm thinking I'm going to get skunked on this anyway, so I might as well have the fun of opening it. that's the entertainment that I'm going to get.
Right.
Like, I'm not going to watch somebody else get to have all the fun of opening it and get skunked on it. So
Yeah, you want that dopamine hit.
Exactly.
That's fair. But as I said, like, I had opened boxes plus blasters, and then this is me taking a shot at the home run. Because I know the base stuff fine. But the odds of me in a box or two pulling, a big hit that's like a couple of hundred packs, it's like the likelihood isn't high. No. And the autographs are 1 in 4 boxes on average. Well, here's the problem. Great. An autograph.
Yeah.
You're asking for a specific character. So what are the statistical odds? What's your best chance? Well, over the course of a case, at least there are going to be 3 or 4 autographs. So at least you're giving yourself, like, somebody's going to pull an autograph. So the question is, can you, out of this checklist, can you get the specific character? So for me, in that particular case, it made sense. But for a lot of them, it won't. It just flat out won't. And they do send you, at least you get the base as well. So I got a stack of base. So whatever they pulled, and they still pulled stuff. So I couldn't get skunked. I was going to get a lot of base, if nothing else.
I have some friends that they used to buy into Houdini when he would do like the 100 case breaks of Bowman when it would come out.
Okay.
They would buy like certain prospects or something that they felt good about. And, because in 100 cases, I mean, you're going to get a lot of stuff of a player. So those were always kind of fun to see what they would get.
Well, exactly. I think there is so I would say Dakota Sports Card Anonymous was doing did a couple of videos on like the ROI of breaks and determining if it was worth it or not, etc. And in both cases, he tried 2 different variations of it. And in both cases, you lose a lot of money because, and I'm like, yeah, no kidding. But apparently some people need it presented in a laid out way so they can understand the obvious. But and then Leighton, he did it with Leighton Breaks, and Leighton Breaks responded to it, and he said, "Hey, are we factoring in the entertainment value?" It's like, and there is for some folks, it's the entertainment value. I don't mind watching breaks either because it's one of those things where I'll watch it, especially if it's a new product. I'm like, no, I need you. I want to see what's going on in this product. Also, I want to see as you're opening these boxes, how often are certain cards coming up?
Yeah,
I understand what the odds are, but show me. Like, if I'm watching somebody open a case. And then I watch somebody open another case, and I'm like, these don't seem to be cropping up a lot.
Right.
Let me make a mental note of that, because this might be a thing that I got to, even if I want to go buy the single. Okay, maybe it's a little tougher than even kind of the odds dictate. It seems to be like a disproportionate. It's not quite jiving.
Yeah. And I mean, I used to do that whenever I was kind of researching a product that I wanted to open. I would definitely go in there and watch like case breaks, like you said, because Single box break. I mean, you know, that's
Yeah.
kind of hit or miss. But if you see like several cases open, you can get a decent feel for like, you know, how rare something is. And but I don't watch a ton of them anymore, mainly just because I mean the boxes I can't afford to buy the boxes anyway, even if I wanted to. So it's like
No. That's the thing is that it's a bit of a chicken or the egg thing because a lot of people talk about well, why do breakers exist? Well, because boxes are expensive. Most people can't buy the boxes especially for some of the higher end stuff, and they're like, well, if the breakers weren't there, then the box would be cheaper. Sort of, but if you're the manufacturer, you could also just produce less and keep the box price high, and keep it for whales, because basically your job is to make money. I think a lot of people forget the manufacturer's job is to make money. If you're a manufacturer and you make $100 million in sales this year, you can make that selling 100 million boxes at $1 or one box for $100 million. It makes no difference to them. Obviously, there is a cost difference in producing the more boxes versus less. But here's the question. What's the balance? That's why you've got high-end products, middle-end products, and low-end products. A lot of people love the idea of the low-end product. Oh, why can't we have these cheap packs for the kids? It's like, great, cool, except your kids don't want them. And in order to make it valid, you have to print so much of the shit that it's worthless. So, and then you can't get rid of it. So who's going to buy it?
I'm not gonna buy it.
yeah, that's true. It's very true that it's weird because you hear people all the time like, you know, we need to have lower end stuff for kids to buy. That's not what they want though.
Every single time it's failed. There's a reason collector's choice never became a thing.
Yeah, you make those sets and they don't want that.
No, they do not. They want the same expensive stuff that the adults have.
That's right.
And that's been the issue. Like over time, they've proven it. Like it's not like they've done it once or twice. Collector's Choice was literally meant to be like, hey, this is like your base brand to offer this to. Hoops used to be that brand for basketball. Yep. It's like this is supposed to be the cheap brand. And Upper Deck tried it a couple of different times. You had UD Choice. You had MVP. Technically, is the cheap product. MVP is the one that I think the box I want to say is like $50 or $60 Canadian. That's a pretty cheap box. But guess what? They have to make a lot of it.
You had like Topps opening day. That was a cheaper product.
Topps Total was one where they said, "Oh, you guys want the expanded roster? Okay, Topps Total." And there was Topps 40 man. Sorry, not Topps. There was like Upper Deck 40 man. They did one where they did like this gigantic checklist, and they go, "Oh, you team collectors." Oh, that's so like gangbusters, Andy. It's so like gangbusters. I'm like,
I'm sure
the three guys that said they wanted this got their box, and then everybody else said, I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's funny.
Gold.
It's funny because a lot of times people, if you give them exactly what they ask for, they still don't want it.
That's exactly it. That's why I say like, don't listen to the collectors. They lie. Even when it's like they'll tell you until they're blue in the face, this is what I want. It's like, but every time they've even remotely come close to giving that to you, you don't buy it.
Right.
So you're a liar. So it's
true.
like, why make that product then? You may as well make the product that you say you hate, but you buy.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense to me as a manufacturer. Like, you guys say you hate this shit, but you buy it every year. Or I can make the thing you say you want, and you don't buy a damn thing.
I think Bob put it pretty well there. That's kind of how I look at opening boxes.
Hey, it happens, man. It happens. It works out. Poops is poops. Yep. There's just too many sets to even know what is available. Yes and no. I'll be honest. If the stuff I'm interested in, I know exactly what's available. It's not that hard. Like, you can pretty much figure it out because some of the stuff is not even in play. It exists. It's like saying there are too many manufacturers of cars to know what's available. If you're in the market for a Toyota, you're buying a fucking Toyota. The fact that a Lamborghini exists, well, I can't afford it, so who cares?
Yeah.
Like it does, the Bugatti Veyron is a very nice looking car. I'm not buying it, so that doesn't affect the Toyota purchase.
I will agree with Dave if what he's saying is if you wanted to try to keep up with all the sets, it's just too much. Mm-hmm. But I'm like you. I have no interest in even trying to keep up with all of them.
It's not necessary. There is a very streamlined approach once you figure out whatever the supposed price point is, you're good to go, and you can pretty much narrow the scope. So here, Dave, say, can you name half the baseball card set issues? I don't have to.
Absolutely not.
All I need is within the scope of the price. All I need is within the scope of the price point that I'm looking for, and that is a much more narrow band. Unless you have an unlimited budget, in which case then the whole band is available to you. Most people are within a narrow band. They're probably not going to go and get the $1,000 a box boxes. They probably don't give a crap about the $1 a pack junk. Most of them fall somewhere in that middle ground. There's going to be like, well, how much is it per box? So then the products available in this price point are this. That is a list of 10. It's not that difficult. A lot of people focus on the base set flagship products. Like they usually will get like Upper Deck, you get Upper Deck. Tops, you get Tops. Like the 2023 Tops has one Soto's card number 1. There you go. Wesker Griff. We know which Wesker Griff card is going to come up. And he's in a San Diego Padres uniform. Bask in the warm glow.
That's getting a warm glow.
Bask in it. By the way, trivia thing, Eric. Do you know that because it is 2023,
Okay.
apparently Topps has been in the habit now for a while of doing the headshot as part of on every 3. So if you take 2023, they've got a headshot in the corner. 2013, headshot in the corner. 2003, headshot in the corner. Every 10 years on the 3. Going back 1983, they've been doing it every 10 years since.
Yeah, in hockey it was 84, 85. But you specifically talking baseball though, right?
Yeah, but the thing is they didn't repeat it. So it's like 84, 85, but then they didn't do it again. For whatever reason, Topps has been doing it every I think it's every decade or so, if memory serves me. Because 83 they did the headshot thing, similar design, but then 93, then they went and adjust. Then actually 93 they wouldn't have done it. So I think it's maybe been the last 3 or 4 decades.
Okay.
But they basically the concept was there.
So they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a weird thing where I think I saw somewhere that they indicated. And I was like, I hadn't really thought about it. It's kind of interesting. Topps used to do weird stuff like that though. They because they would put the best players and they would give them like card number 100, card number 250. They would pick these specific numbers and give them to certain players, and they would figure it out on the checklist ahead of time.
Yeah, Bobby Orr was number 100 a handful of times. I always thought that was interesting.
Do you guys like the way they do some of the retro designs now or no?
Depends on which retro design.
Yeah,
What are you thinking?
I don't mind it too much.
Thank you, Jeff. I knew it was some cadence. I apologize. It was 20 years, every 20 years.
There might be a few of them, like I'm saying very small number that I like. Most of the time, the way I feel about it is I hate the way that they do it, the new way, and eventually it makes me hate the old design too.
So that was the joke about the 87. That was the reason why I joked about the 87 Topps, is that Paul would always say about the 87.
Yeah.
And the fact is, yeah, you keep doing it over and over again, you run it into the ground because you've done it.
Yeah, it's too much.
But I also kind of understand because now, by the way, I have seen the card, and I was wondering, like, okay, so when are you doing 88 Topps? When are you doing it? So apparently, this year now they're doing 88 Topps. And I was like, 88 is so nondescript. I was like, yeah. So here Jeff is counting the years. So I apologize. It was every 20 years, Eric. So 2023, 2003, 83, and 63. So they would have the headshot in the corner. But every 20 years. So this is 2023, obviously. We're back on the cycle here. So
Okay.
it won't be done again until 2043.
Yeah, I mean the retro stuff, like with Topps, it was kind of cool when they only did like heritage, but when they start putting like that kind of stuff like in every single product, it's like it's so
I think it should be like
unoriginal.
insert sets. If you had a vintage insert set, that would be kind of cool. With current players on the old look, and had it.
But the thing is, Topps has done that. That's the 87 joke.
The entire set to look like the entire set before. I don't know.
Well, the heritage thing, look, the heritage. So kind of my counter to you, Andy, is that I agree with you, but the heritage thing got played out years ago. Because what happened is when they did the first one, I'm trying to remember. When they did the first one, it was 52 tops. And that was, I want to say in 2002. So it was like 50 years after. I think that's what it was. It was 50 years after, and then you'd go to the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, and just keep going. Well, here's the problem. We're in 2023. That means that this year's was 1973. And then you're going to go 74, 75, 76. Where's the problem? At some point, we're going to get into like 1983, 1985, and I'm sitting there like, I don't want to acknowledge that shit. I was born in 83. I'll take none of that nonsense.
They've already done all of those sets so many times.
But they've done them as inserts, but I understand. But I'm talking about like for the heritage set. And the problem is you keep going. It's like, well, that sucks. Really, guys? Don't need that. It's okay. Everything is retro stuff now. It's lazy cheap hits. Yeah. Like basically, look, that's why I said when originally we had this discussion last week, or maybe with Bobbles actually, and I was saying that I wouldn't have missed tops if they had gone away because I'm like, you guys have been lazy for years.
Yeah, I don't care.
Your heritage is like your heritage. I don't care. That's great. Your heritage is because you beat Bowman, and then you were the only game in town for a while, and you got lazy. And in the last couple of decades, you've gotten lazy again because you had a monopoly, and now Fanatics owns them, but they still have a monopoly,
Right.
so
now
they can
you
do
lost
whatever
it.
they wish. But that's not effort. They're just throwing out the same stuff and going back to their archives and grabbing the same designs.
I mean, quite honestly, like I would still collect cards for the rest of my life if they just stopped making them from this point on.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be a
No.
problem.
It wouldn't be a
There's plenty of
problem at
material
all.
out
for
there.
me. Like,
No, there's plenty out there.
yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that I would like to have. So, I would still collect if they just stopped making cards entirely.
But look, it's not even the modern thing. When it came to what's it called? When it came to the pickup that I had this week was this thing. Well,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is 0809.
Yeah, that's
That's still playing days for him, but at the same time, 0809, that's 14 years ago. So it's like,
So old.
and they still did. That's probably a game used patch, right?
oh yeah, Upper Deck still does game use. So, but now the key though is the way they phrase it. So this is game use, but let's see here. Received a trading card with a game used hockey memorabilia and autograph of Mike Modano. The memorabilia has been certified as having been used in an official NHL game, and the autograph was signed in the presence of a company representative or sent from and certified to his authenticity, Mike Modano.
Yeah.
You got the whole write-up, whole paragraph.
That is correct. They do it right over there at the old.
But they made it very abundantly clear. Yes, it is game used. It was used in an official NHL game by the player.
We're not Panini.
Okay, so it's 49. Yeah, I was wondering why I didn't think it was 73. I'd seen the 73. So that means 74 design now. So that means next year is 75. So we're getting dangerously close to the 80s. Not a fan.
I know.
I just don't want to ever see that 88 with the pin in the corner ever again. Worst card ever made.
Come on. You're Brett Hall rookie.
Oh,
You're Brendan
God,
Shanahan.
so
Come
gross.
on.
So gross.
Great design. Great design.
No,
But yeah, I think Heritage has run its course. I feel like it's been enough. Once you're well into the mid 70s, like guys, we've been doing this for over 20 years. Can we stop now? No. It's bad, man. You just wait. When we get to the early 80s, it's gonna be like 1981. You want the cap card? I bet you want the cap card, don't you? I know you do. And 82 is just boring. 82 is a very boring design. There's not much to it. Anyway, cool. All right, guys. So we're coming up right up on the 4-hour mark, so we'll finish up right around there. Last thoughts in the comments section. Feel free to throw them in there. Kind of a fun, little bit of a mixed bag episode. There was a couple different things to talk about, so we did that. We did the Hall of Fame thing. We won't be talking about that. Next week will be the Super Bowl predictions episode.
Ooh.
We'll get a chance to chat a little bit about that. We'll do that, and it'll be fun. So brace yourselves and get all your predictions lined up. We'll see. I'll see if I can line up some prop bets and find some fun ones. I like the weird prop bets. I want the weird ones, Andy. Those are the ones that are fun for me.
Yeah, like who cares? Like
I don't care about the Gatorade color. Like that's not. I need more. I need better.
Down of the game. That's too. I want something crazy.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm going to try to scour this week here. Hopefully, I can find a couple of sports books that have some of the more interesting ones, the more random ones. Over the years, though, there have been some mean ones. I remember there was one. There was one where basically, I forget what it was. It was basically during the last Patriots Super Bowl, and there was something about Tom Brady or Giselle, and there was like a really mean spirited one, and I don't remember what it is, but I just remember laughing when I saw it. I was like, fantastic. So you guys are gonna have to pull this. There's no way you're gonna be able to keep it. It's like I kind of want to wager on this. It's just mean enough. Yep, 82 in action. That's right. Sounds good.
I want to bet on how many times over or under someone is brought into the blue tent during the Super Bowl.
The blue tent specifically, yes.
Yeah, the magical blue tent where people go to die.
I'm kind of hoping that maybe we can get a, cross promotional thing. It'll be like a Super Bowl commercial thing. I want to know how many times we cut to a commercial of cyclocross. That's what we need. We need how many commercials can we see for cyclocross?
You want to watch it with me tomorrow morning?
God no.
Oh, okay.
You lost me in morning. Like even beyond the cyclocross nonsense. Like you lost me in morning.
Just thought, you keep talking about it. Maybe you'd want to watch it with me, Andy.
I am only interested if cyclocross is literally plays out like I said, lame jousting. I want people on bicycles attacking each other with crosses. Is that what you're offering me?
That is not what I'm offering, though.
This is a tremendous
But
disappointment.
It's still a pretty awesome sport.
What is the objective, Bougie Eric?
To get to the finish line first.
I'm incredibly bored already.
That's it.
That's it. Psh.
Yeah,
we can get lame ass racing at any time. We don't need much for that.
But this is all through mud and snow and.
Again, it would probably be more exciting if they attacked each other with crosses.
It's a very exciting sport. I don't know what to tell you.
A little blunt force trauma. Never heard it.
Andy's gonna video conference me tomorrow, and we're gonna watch it together. So
you bet.
I can't imagine anything more exciting. Carlos, what a story about your love affair with Mike Modano. Mid-90s, highlights packages. I was never going to be a Leafs fan. That was never going to happen. But I was watching, and Modano was a constant in the highlights. A lot of end-to-end rushes and that, so I started following, started collecting the cards, following the team. The team got good. Right after that, they started really getting good, and I stuck with it. And to this day, I still follow the team. Not as closely as I once did, but I still follow. But I followed the entire last 3/4 of his career and have been collecting his stuff ever since. That is the answer to that question.
That is it.
Will our breasts be exposed on the halftime show? We can only dream.
Oh.
Enjoy your weekends. Have a good one, Dave. Can we bet on how many bugs Eric will eat? Over under. Ultimate fighting cycling. That's what I'm saying. None of this pansy. Oh, we're racing for the love of sport.
Fights do break out, but watching skinny cyclists in spandex throw punches at each other is hysterical, not like scary. It's not like when Tyson was fighting and you're like, oh my God.
So what you're saying is we need to skip to that and just ignore the racing part and skip to the people throwing hands.
Sometimes they throw hands. And when the women fight, that's even better. That's entertaining as all hell.
Eric is trying to pitch. Eric, why don't you just watch Foxy Boxing? Like, it sounds to me like you just want to go straight to that.
No, I'll watch the men's race on Sunday. Tomorrow's the women's race. Sunday's the men's race. I'll watch the men's race too.
I keep waiting for the affiliate link to pop up of this thing.
I'm assuming there's like a streaming service. I'm assuming there's like a streaming service that you like have you would share.
Flow Bikes.
Yeah, what's your cut?
The streaming service that I have to pay for. It's called Flow Bikes. FLO Bikes.
Please tell me you're joking.
I am not joking.
How much is
Flow Bikes. And I pay a monthly charge so I can launch bike racing all over the globe.
Is it combined with the Foxy Boxing?
It is no Foxy Boxing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Just racing of there's track cycling, there's mountain biking, there's road racing, there's cyclocross, there's any type of cycling race, Flow Bikes.
You know what offends me? You know what offends me, Andy? He consistently claims that I made up the University of Guelph. but he's the guy talking about cyclocross.
I mean, I had no idea that there was a.
It's the World Championships tomorrow. Come on.
I mean, like, there's really a channel that you have to like pay, like,
Yes.
like a streaming channel, or what is it?
Flow Bikes. That is what it's called. And I pay them too much money to watch cycling.
I'll agree with that. I don't know how much it is, but I agree.
There's literally no amount too small that we don't agree you're overpaying.
Yeah, I agree. You're right.
It's like at this point, the only reason that I'm asking a lot of these questions is that it's like I'm perplexed by this entire turn of events, and it's like I have to ask these questions now. I feel like it's behooves upon me to do this.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson asking the important questions. What if there were 100 racers and only 75 bikes? Thunderdome for the bikes.
That would be kind of awesome.
The next dome has 50 bikes. It just gets progressively more dangerous as we go along.
I would be even a bigger fan than I already am.
I bet they pedal really fast to get that dome before everybody else. I already made the sport better. Yes, you did, Bob. 100% correct.
Unless you've seen it, you don't know.
No, like literally, if it does not involve swinging crosses at people for blunt force trauma, I assure you your sport sucks.
It does not suck.
Eric pays to watch mountain bike races. Is that code for something else? We keep hoping. That's the reason I keep asking these follow-up. I keep hoping there's like this is a euphemism for something more interesting. But so far no good.
Everyone at home, Google Flow Bikes. That is what I pay for. So I can watch all the bicycle racing I want. That is what I do.
I'm almost afraid to even type that in. And
I feel like I will get a virus just typing the words and hitting enter.
I'm very worried.
No, you don't need to be worried.
You need a burner computer for this.
Right.
You need something.
And I encourage everyone to get a subscription, and we can all watch cyclocross this weekend.
And only do it on a Chromebook because then you will not lose anything. It's your best bet. Tricycles, quads, unicycle wrestling. Now you're thinking, Jeff. Put the extras on the handlebars. I don't even know, man.
I think on that note, I'm going to take off, guys. Like that.
I don't understand why people watch golf. I mean, come on. This is actual, racing and the elements and there's people bleeding and stuff. It's just it's frozen snot coming out of their nose.
I think I'm going to leave Bob Jackson's comment here as the last word.
Yeah.
I think that's the last word. So for those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. For those of you in the West Coast, you got a little time left over. And whatever you do, do not Google flow racing or whatever the hell it is that Bougie Eric said.
I hate all of you. I hate all of you in the chat. I hate all of you on the screen. I hate all of you.
Just throw it out there. Did you mean Patreon? Did he? He probably did.
All of you.
$13 a month to watch this nonsense? Get it together, man. On that note, have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.
Oh, man.